Still, I play wild. Still, I play wild. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play wild. Still, I play wild. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play.
What is worth fighting for?
Remember when we got myths, Pandarans, new talent tree and monks using fists. Initially we hated it, didn't see through the cracks, but in the end they turned out to be one of the best Nyx packs. Warlords got cut by the developer knife.
But hey, what got me back into my social life?
Then Legion came through. Man, what a beauty, got my artifact weapon and was back on duty. M plus was a breakthrough, Coruscant into raids, Mage Tower gear sets and the class campaigns. A big sword in the world, moving to BFA. We got traits, but artifacts were taken away. Bad decision, bad system, everything seemed blessed. They try to fix it in patch A2, and the essence is moving in the right direction, although some still doubt, especially now with 8.3 being out. The finale was weak with the ending of Nissath, no big plot, but the big sport still an Azeroth. Either you hate it or love it, the cycle never ends. Marcelian online, baby, see you in Shadowlands.
I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play wild. Still, I play wild. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play wild. Still, I play wild. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a slash bow. Still, I play wild. Still, I play wild. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play wild. Still, I play wild. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play wild. Still, I play wild. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a slash bow. Still, I play wild. Still, I play wild. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play wild. Still, I play wild. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play wild. Still, I play wild. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a slash bow. Still, I play wild. Still, I play wild. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play wild. Still, I play wild. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play wild. Still, I play wild. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a slash bow. Still, I play wild. Still, I play wild.
It's been a lot of years, shit did this game change, and I still cannot decide if I should melee or range. See, it started in vanilla when nobody knew shit. It was all a big adventure and we got addicted to it. Took a year to get 60, then came Burning Crusade, PvP in arenas, heroic dungeons and raids, good times. But you know another thing, everybody lost their shit when we got the Lich King, and it was beautiful. What was all that you heard? PvP videos, always with music from Disturbed, great questing, great raids, and man, what a story. Wrath was the best in almost every category. Then came Cataclysm, Deathwing was pissed. All of Azeroth revamped, but the feelings were mixed. Was the first time numbers were dropping from the game, and the first fit on the channel, so remember the name.
I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play wild. Still, I play wild. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play wild. Still, I play wild. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play.
What is worth fighting for?
Remember when we got myths, Pandarans, new talent tree and monks using fists. Initially we hated it, didn't see through the cracks, but in the end they turned out to be one of the best Nyx packs. Warlords got cut by the developer knife.
But hey, what got me back into my social life?
Then Legion came through. Man, what a beauty, got my artifact weapon and was back on duty. M plus was a breakthrough, Coruscant into raids, Mage Tower gear sets and the class campaigns. A big sword in the world, moving to BFA. We got traits, but artifacts were taken away. Bad decision, bad system, everything seemed blessed. They try to fix it in patch A2, and the essence is moving in the right direction, although some still doubt, especially now with 8.3 being out. The finale was weak with the ending of Nissath, no big plot, but the big sport still an Azeroth. Either you hate it or love it, the cycle never ends. Marcelian online, baby, see you in Shadowlands.
I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play. Whether it's classic or retail, I'ma do a /bow. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW.
It's been a lot of years, shit did this game change, and I still cannot decide if I should melee or range. See, it started in vanilla when nobody knew shit. It was all a big adventure and we got addicted to it. Took a year to get 60, then came Burning Crusade, PvP in arenas, heroic dungeons and raids, good times. But you know another thing, everybody lost their shit when we got the Lich King, and it was beautiful. What was all that you heard? PvP videos, always with music from Disturbed, great questing, great raids, and man, what a story. Wrath was the best in almost every category. Then came Cataclysm, Deathwing was pissed. All of Azeroth revamped, but the feelings were mixed. Was the first time numbers were dropping from the game, and the first fit on this channel, so remember the name.
I've been loving it then, I still love it now. Still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. Getting better every day, let me show you how. Cause still, I play WoW. Still, I play WoW. It's getting harder to stay, but at the end of the day, it's a guilty pleasure, so just log in and play.
What is worth fighting for?
Remember when we got myths, Pandarans, new talent tree and monks using fists? Initially we hated it, didn't see through the cracks, but in the end they turned out to be one of the best packs. Warlords got cut by the developer knife.
But hey, what got me back into my social life?
Then Legion came through. Man, what a beauty, got my artifact weapon and was back on duty. And plus was a breakthrough, Coruscant into raids, Mage Tower gear sets and the class campaigns. A big sword in the world, moving to BFA. We got traits, but artifacts were taken away. Bad decision, bad system, everything seemed blessed. They try to fix it in patch 8.2, and the essence says moving in the right direction, although some still doubt, especially now with 8.3 being out. The finale was weak with the ending of Nizam.
Wait a minute. What if we do something different today? Hello, 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 everybody. Let me just set up. Okay, I can lower the music a little bit, I think. Curious how people hear it. Thank you, Arja, for the membership. I don't think you guys can hear the music. here. No, you guys can hear it, right? Oh, it's loud. This track is not very good. Test out the volume. You can barely hear the music. This has to be better. I'm looking at the volume. This should be good, right? Because I couldn't hear it either. This good? All right. Keep me in touch, please, if you can. Can we just skip War today and play WoW? So I'm kind of doing both and neither at the same time. What class specs do you have your eye on for at least? I have a couple of top contenders, but I'm obviously keeping my mind open for all of them. Currently Pro Paladin, looking to switch to Pro Warrior. Good idea for next season? I have no idea, bro. We're gonna be testing all of them. Whether or not it's a good idea, I assume you're asking because of meta. Like, I won't be able to answer meta questions, guys. I don't know any of the meta things. Ask me this in about a month or so. Just like a week or two before the patch releases. I wouldn't know to answer it honestly right now. Now, how do we do it this time? We could make a tier list. Or let's start with a tier list. What are the current... Should I do spec tier list? Tier maker. I have to log in with the Marcelian online account. Bollocks. The multiple verification system is annoying. Can I just find a template? World of Warcraft specs. Could be this one. Oh, Jesus Christ. Nope. Hello, Patrick, how's it going? Playing this heal this season. I want to have a reason to change my role, but it's not looking good, man. It's not looking good. These all of the specs? Do we have augmentation? I think this is all of them. It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 28, 14, 28, 39. Yeah, this should be it. Okay. Here we go. Major is gonna be meta. Yeah, I'm not that interested in meta at the moment. It's because they stole it from Warlocks. Don't remind them. Can you see this? Feels like the camera is a little bit obscuring it. I don't know if I can just move it here or if I refresh this. Would the ads get... Oh, perfect. Now the camera won't obstruct it. Cocoa croissants. It's time to feast. Nice. I have a half-finished cup of coffee. And I bought from the market downstairs some homemade pancakes that are terrible. However, they can be refrigerated and I have them soaking in jam. So I can occasionally grab a bite. I'm looking for SC Hunter. Do you mean to say Survival Hunter? Sentinel looks insane. Prime Plus and Pack Leader looks funny. So that's open world quest and maybe raid. Yeah, go for it, man. I don't know how good Survival Hunter will be, but it is definitely still a Hunter spec. You have all the Hunter utility, you have the pets to tank for you if you do open world stuff. Both hero talents, at least now, they have viability. One of them is better in single target, one of them is better in AoE. They're looking to do the same next season. So what's probably going to happen is we're going to just have like a lot of balance tuning for a lot of the classes. Early Warlock if you go range, or perhaps Shadow Priest. We'll see, we'll see. I'm curious because normally we do this style in a video, so I'm thinking if maybe it's worth trying it out. Okay. Let's see. So we're looking at all of the specs as potential candidates for a main next season. Now I'm taking S tier as the definitive main candidate, the potential winner, but obviously this is like the first pass. I want to check all of the playstyles in 11.2. Maybe we're gonna get a couple of changes for some of the specs. Some of the specs are still undergoing reworks, so that might change how things are. Tuning might change it a little bit. I don't want to play the bottom of the barrel type spec. I have a couple of classes that I would probably just play no matter what, and I think I'm probably just gonna start with those, or I'm gonna put those first into S tier. Just looking for a class to play with one button rotation. Get out of here, man. How's your hand, brother? It's way better, man. Thank you, thank you. I can, it's actually bandaged right now. I was able to play yesterday a little bit on the PTR and test Brewmaster and Pro Warrior. I still cannot fully use it just yet, but I can probably competently play plus 10s and plus so we're probably gonna go back to doing some keys. I kind of want to do some keys today as well to get my things up and ready. What's your race pick for Hunter in particular? We'll talk about races too. I'm the dwarf no matter what spec. I can't say now. I didn't say I can't say now. I don't have my main decided yet, but I'm looking at a, you know, at a potential list. Should I just go in order? Looks like we have Warrior first for some reason. As it stands right now, I think Arms is... There's a lot of tiers here. It's 4 tiers. I don't know. I'll put it into D tier and Warrior and Fury also into D tier, but Prot Warrior is looking to be an S tier spec. This would be the class that this would be the spec that would get me to main a tank. It's this and or you know, one more doing down the road. With the Prot rework, it's looking like it's going into the right direction. I love the execute changes that we've tested yesterday. If they balance Mountain Thane and Colossus to be more or less the same power level, that would be great because the playstyles are fairly different. With Mountain Thane you can play, well, obviously you don't have to play the bleed style build, but you can also play execute because it has an execute empowering hero talent. Rogue would have been the other one. Now I'm starting off with the Rogue on all of them on A tier. I'm leaning hard towards sub, but I just haven't played Assassination and Outlaw enough. to be fully convinced, because I feel like if I start playing Outlaw, I might just very well be convinced. Also, Marcelian and I are looking to push M+ again next season fairly hard. I mean, I would hope so. I mean, that would be my goal. And he might also play Rogue. I don't think he wants to heal anymore. We're gonna have a video on that, by the way. But as it stands right now, there's a good chance that he might also play Rogue. So I kind of don't want to play the same class. I don't think it would help very much. Thane plays so much better with Thunderclap doing something I really miss. Yes, that was my impression, because looking at the tier set for Mountain Thane on Protection, it just feels that you're just Thunderclapping while Colossus just gets like bleed interaction and synergy interaction. That was really cool. Killing Spree new animation is so good. Yeah, that was pretty good. I'm down for that. Going as always enhancement for alt. I'm planning healer. Was tank this season, but what healer? Well, if I would have to play a healer, it would be one of the three: Mistweaver, Resto Druid, Resto Shaman. But we'll get to that as well. Hunter. I think Marksman. I think they're kind of all. I want to say B tier. I'm not particularly a big fan of how they're doing Beast Mastery to, you know, be able to play with lower cooldowns. Like, I like Hunter a little bit, but I feel like they need to do a little bit more to it. I haven't actually hopped onto the PTR and tested marksmanship yet, because I understand that they moved a bunch of points around in the talent tree. Maybe that makes it a little bit more interesting to build. Demon Hunter. This depends, because I was a big Havoc fan going into... Goddamn TSM. Bro, this thing... Where's TSM? This is so annoying. It does this so often. Where? That's Radar IO. Shouldn't TSM be one of these? Am I blind? TSM is not even here. Oh, TSM is open. Let's close that. God damn it. Anyway, Demon Hunter. I don't know. I'm gonna put it in C tier regardless. There's a chance that Havoc could be very interesting if they make it not super bland, because I feel like Havoc has received the BM treatment, where just reduce the amount of buttons that you have on your bar and it plays the best, and I'm not a fan of that. This tier list is for my potential main next season. We're starting this this going forward. This is based on enchantment. Yes. This is also based a little bit on performance, but is not solely dictated by performance. Alright. Passive spec for BM. Yeah, that doesn't look dope for me. I'm sorry. I'm not a big fan of passive classes that play themselves for me. I like to actively be engaged in it. Otherwise, what's the point of playing? If I press one button and 17 things happen in the background. Bear, I think outside of a big rework, it's not looking like it. Similar with Feral, as much as I like the specs, they're just way too boring. Resto Druid though, Balance are looking way better as potential specs. Balance at least has one of the most interesting tier set bonuses. Balance and Mage, I believe, have the best tier sets just, you know, on paper right now with their effects. You summon Dryads as Balance, that's pretty cool. Wait, is Dryads? No, Dryads is for Keeper of the Grove, I think, no? Probably. Let's see. Frost Decay is looking really good. And I actually have high hopes for Unholy. So I am kind of putting it here because Unholy is undergoing some reworks, and I'm pretty sure that the current situation of Unholy is not going to go through. I don't think I have ever seen the community being so against something that Blizzard dictated on so fervently, like they are against the Unholy right now. And Blizzard have turned back some of their design decisions on less. So I am 100% sure that the current version that's Unholy on the PTR is not going to make it to live. So they're going to change it. If Unholy gets kind of like a similar treatment that Frost has, with like actual cool changes that address core of its issues and build it into a more modern version of itself, hopefully not dumbing it down, because right now it's just so silly. you have Apocalypse that replaces, just like with Marcelian yesterday, because he played it too, and he said this, and I didn't really realize it when I was playing it, but Apocalypse replaces Dark Transformation, and Legion of Souls, aka the new Abomination Limb, replaces your army or Abomination. So essentially you have 2 fewer cooldowns that you actually press. So this is looking awfully like Red Paladin. And I'm not a big fan of that. That's so boring, reducing the numbers that I press. Like, I'm not super happy that they did that to Paladin and made that the best build. I'm fine with classes being a little bit simpler, but if they go too hard on that, I'm not a big fan. And Blood, I think Blood has potential. I think I need to play a little bit more Blood, and we are going to be playing some tanks on the PTR this week, so maybe I'll get more attention to Blood DK. Played since Battle for Azeroth. Do you think WoW is in a better state now? 100%. I've been considering coming back. It's way different, yeah. I might actually main Frost this season. Looks interesting. Yeah, it's looking pretty good, right? The change they made to MMR sick. Black Arrow activating trick shots. Explosive shot activating luck. Oh, what the? Whoa. Okay, okay, J-Beast. I might give marksmanship a priority in terms of testing. I like clarification. All specs play themselves. Are you asking me? Like what? You press frenzy? Barb shots game freeze? Like what exactly are you asking me? I'm gonna wait and see what to main. I do love my Agi specs, so that's most likely, but no idea which of them. Since I like all of them, I'm kind of hoping for sub rogue. Yeah, I'm kind of hoping to get a reason to play rogue as well, but they have to be able to fix a little bit of what rogue is doing. Well, we're gonna get to that. I mean, you know, once we play more rogue. I have become a much bigger fan of Evokers, honestly, and what they're doing to Devastation is looking kind of interesting. And if they make Augmentation a little bit more interesting, I might actually consider it. I'm gonna put it there, actually. I've lost a lot of hope for Preservation, though. They've changed the design from when it got released to what it is now, and it feels like every time they're making it slightly more boring, because it was probably way too complex to play, but that's what I found fun. To be fair, this is me being very generous to the Evoker class, because one thing that I'm not actually considering while putting them up here is their range. Because if I have to consider range while doing mechanics, I might drop them down a tier, each of them. So Dev would probably be C, Aug D, and Preservation E. Holy Paladin, I might change my mind here. I'm currently putting it into E tier. I love the Paladin fantasy, but I just feel like they're not really hitting it with Holy Paladin. I feel like I have to scratch myself like this to be able to play Holy Paladin properly. Feels like I have to do way too much work for way less reward than with other healers, and in a world where healing is more punishing than it has been before, I'm not a fan of working a lot for not very little gain. Red, although it's similar to Rogue with me, Marcelian might end up playing Red again. I'm not sure, he's not sure either, so I don't want to play the same class as him, but I don't know if I can play Red, honestly. I can play it as an alt, but it's just way too simple for me. I think I'll probably put it alongside a Holy, and Paladin right now is one of the top classes that I like in terms of fantasy, but I just cannot get behind how these specs play. Evokers have ugly tier sets. Well, we're gonna be a dragon anyway, so what does the tier set matter? Try season 2 MM set with rework, press aim shot only and get back to back instant aim. What the? That sounds incredibly fun, bro. Is that? But that's because of the tier set, no? I tried Prez in a key yesterday. My interest ended as quick as it started. Cursed Boomy and Mage kept getting behind me no matter how hard I tried to keep them in front. Yeah, that's definitely a skill thing that you have to work on a lot to not gain like a significant advantage over other healers. So Preservation Evokers that are able to properly position themselves and get everybody inside of their heals do not feel like they're getting rewarded for that extra work. I feel like their throughput should be higher to kind of compensate for that for your average player, but then top players will be able to make it work 100% of the time, and Preservation will just be meta. So I feel like it's kind of like a design flaw. I'd say Pally is one that plays itself at a base level. Yeah, well, that's red. Like, I don't think I agree with Holy Paladin or Pro Paladin. I think Holy Paladin and Pro Paladin are one of the hardest classes to play, but though I really do love Pro Paladin as a spec. I just don't like to feel squishy, and I don't like to feel like if I don't heal myself, I'll die. I wish the buff Herald does some for red. It's still the weaker hero spec. Yeah, I would assume that they're gonna eventually do it. You missed the start, yes sir. Yahtzee, thank you for the 37 months. Holy shit, we've already passed 3 years, brother. Appreciate the support, dude. Have my dragon in human form. Now tier set matters. Yeah, but you have to play preservation for that, right? I don't think this will be meta again. I don't know. That would be strange. We'll see, we'll see. They might look harder at the tuning down discipline so that it won't be meta again. $18 finished 11 million overall in season 3 PTR. Holy shit. Yeah, but see, those numbers are not relative. They might keep it like that, but there's gonna be like a lot of tuning passes. And from what I heard, marksmanship has some weird interactions where you do more damage than you're supposed to, but we'll see. Discipline kind of always has only been fun from what I've talked with Marcelian. If you can play Oracle and play the Bubble Absorb Shield that got nerfed, and then it seems like it's gonna still get nerfed, that would be kind of like the only way that I can play Discipline as a fun class. And Holy for me is just not quite there. I like the fantasy of Holy, but I feel like they're just not. This is just way too many buttons. I feel like Holy legit might have button bloat. Shadow though is looking really good. It's very, very close. I feel like it's very close to becoming a potential main with the rework. I just really hope that they would make the capstones a little bit more interactable. They're just way too passive. If they remain passive, then Shadow's not gonna be. I don't think it's gonna be a main. They took away Mind Spike, which I had a problem with. I didn't particularly like playing Mind Spike. And if they buff... So I think Shadow needs two things, and that can bump it to S tier for me. It would need the Shadowy Apparitions playstyle to be relevant. And it would need the Idol Capstones to be more interactable and not that passive. If they make those two changes to Shadow, it's instantly a main candidate. I thought both Frost and Holy were easy specs that played themselves. What do people mean when you say a spec plays itself? How is a spec playing itself? With Frost at the very least, in 11.2, you have decision making to make, so it's not playing itself. You need to respond properly to your procs or you lose a lot of damage, and you kind of still have to do that now in 11.1.7. And Unholy, probably, if you play the Sandlane degenerate playstyle in Season 2, then yeah, that kind of plays itself a little bit, but that's just like a degenerate version of Unholy. That's not really what Unholy is. Unholy also has procs and resources that you normally manage. The problem with Unholy right now is that they're making these resources weird and cumbersome, and they're taking away buttons, so it looks like it might end up in a place where it mostly plays itself. But I would be careful about using that type of expression to judge a spec, because it definitely isn't true for DK, whereas it might be true for red, because no matter what really happens on red, you kind of just do the same thing every time. The only thing that matters is, do you have one target to hit or more? That's, I feel, kind of the only decision you're ever making with red. That's something that I would consider it plays itself. That's what I asked you when you said specs that play themselves. With your own description of Frost, you can compete, but to compete at the highest level. Okay, I don't understand. I'm too stupid to understand what you're trying to say, man. Hey, moving on. Which main can I play going forward that I can just leave the auto cast on? Jesus Christ, it's degenerate! Auto cast on. I don't know, I guess red? Yeah, I'm gonna wait before final tuning. Tuning is an important part. It's not gonna be the end factor, but yes, if you're looking to be able to perform decently, then you cannot choose right now. And I'm not choosing right now either. I'm just kind of like putting them into perspective and making them around here. Void Shadow Priest is main for sure next patch on my side, followed by those alts, Restore Shaman, Prot, Paladin, Fire Mage, Arms Warrior, Destro Lock. Alright, well, you got your list, man. You need to be predicting things, managing procs. Every spec has that you can play and get a base level, okay, decent performance, but to really hit good numbers, you need to play the class full. Yeah, that's true, that's true. If nothing really plays itself to the full extent, right? We have to be able to have a little bit of an abstract description of things, otherwise we're just gonna be robots and we're just saying everything is black or white. Monk. Holy shit, dude. Yeah. A Windwalker is very delicate. For Windwalker, they need to make both your talents viable and competitive, and some more talent diversity, which is kind of true right now in Season 2, but only if you're fine with losing about 5% DPS. You can play Shadow Pan and Mythic Plus, or at least you could. Last time I mained Windwalker at the beginning of the patch. I haven't simmed myself since then, but it used to be very close. Close enough where if you swapped, your overall performance might not be too noticeable. However, if you are pushing past your limit, then you probably want to play the best one, right? So you're kind of not really incentivized to play Shadow Pan if you're pushing content. Brewmaster is obviously under the magnifying glass right now because it's undergoing a rework, and it's not there yet. However, it feels a little bit better than it does on live, and I already like playing Brewmaster on live. So that's a good plus. Plus, I couldn't get my my head out of Mistweaver ever since I started playing it a little bit for a video. And I need to play a little bit more of it, because it's kind of like that chick in the red dress that you see passing you on the street, and you're like, bro, I'm not gonna be that kind of a creep that turns its head around to look at her as she passes you by, but she's constantly on your mind. Just fuck, that chick in the red dress, bro. Fuck, dude. Oh, fuck. I kind of want more of it, right? That's kind of what Mistweaver is right now for me. This is probably the most apt description. Hello, Peter. You found your main? It's DH. Hey, good for you, man. People who poo-poo specs like BM and spec as too easy, who play themselves somehow never manage good numbers. Yeah, I've been saying that literally for years, bro. Exactly about BM. And I've been saying it about Red as well. Yeah, but that's fine. You cannot get people to have a sophisticated opinion about everything, especially if they don't care about it. That's just not how humans are. And that's fine, so long as you recognize that. It's fine for us to shit on BM and Red for being incredibly simple specs, so long as, like, okay. You cannot just play with your eyes closed, right? The difference between somebody that really knows what they're doing on Red and BM is going to really show on the DPS meter and overall performance. Reds that don't dispel their poisons are Marcelian's bane right now. I feel that whenever we play in a group with a paladin, not just Red, but Red in this case, that doesn't use Dispel for poisons or Bob for bleeds, I feel like Marcelian is slowly scratching the back of his eyelid with a rusty nail, trying to damage his cornea so he doesn't have to watch the goddamn Red that doesn't use its toolkit shit. So yeah, that applies to BM as well. Hunters that don't use enough traps to CC mobs, that barely use Trank Shot, that don't know how to use Misdirect, that use Bursting Shot and then just spread the mobs out of all of the ground AoEs that everybody else has, like the Death and Decays, the Brain of Fires and all that. That just drives me up the wall. So yes, there are people who claim that these specs are incredibly easy, but they don't fully engage with the spec, but that doesn't mean that the specs are necessarily complex, because if you can see that about all of the specs, if you fully engage with all of the specs, that pretty much all of the other specs are way more complex than Red and BM. Almost. Was Marcelian dressed as a chicken? When was Marcelian dressed as a chicken? Did I miss something? Are you never gonna stick to one class? No, I don't think so, no. Trying to play meta every season and change your main is so cringe. Bro, I think you're always doing like weird ass comments, man. Like why do you hate so much, man? Just curious. When have you ever seen me play meta, man? Can you name a meta class that I've picked in the PTR before the season started, before everybody knew what was meta, that ended up meta? The only thing you can probably say is Windwalker. But that was only true in raids, and that was only true for the first month. I've stopped raiding after the second month, and I've been playing Mythic Plus with Windwalker as a main, which is statistically one of the worst classes in Mythic Plus. I've played Fire Mage in Season 1. Do you know Fire Mage in Season 1 did tank level damage until it was buffed twice, then nerfed again, then buffed again? Like, what the fuck? Jesus Christ. Why do people have keyboards, man? Not everybody has to have a keyboard, for real. I spend more time being a sport class as red than I do DPS. Marcelian would love me. Is this what to main tier list? No, this is just like what I'm looking at the moment. It's mostly fun. We don't know what any of the performance will be for next season. Warrior that bad? This is not DPS. This is not a DPS tier list, guys. Relax. Based on a video you guys did the other day regarding the Unholy Decay, it's a surprise to see the spec so high up there. Thanks for the great content. That's why I'm putting up there. Like I made this disclaimer for Unholy. The only reason it's high up there is because I know that the current rework is not going to stick, and I'm just happy that they're looking at Unholy. It's a big dose of copium that the rework is going to make it fun, right? Because a lot of the things that they reworked in DK are things that I don't personally like, because there are similar things that happen to Red and BM, like reducing the amount of buttons that you have a little bit too much, and people have, like, I don't know how much they feedback that particular issue, but they feedback a lot of the issues. And I'm hoping that they can take this and sure simplify the specs in the future, but don't turn every spec into red, because I'm gonna lose my mind. I don't know if I can play it in the future if they do that. That's true, Long Walker. That's probably true, man. Propel is gonna be squishy for M+, sadly. Probably, yeah. That's gonna bump it down. Like I'm not a fan of squishy tanks. I've been playing Brewmaster enough for that, and well, Brewmaster kind of works because if you squeeze your butt cheeks, you can actually make things happen. But alright, Warlock. Bro, I think Warlock as a class that I used to main died for me with how they've changed Demo in Dragonflight and how they constantly look at it. They're taking away Inferno from Destro, and I haven't seen them do anything in its place properly. I like the Destro Rain of Fire spam playstyle. That felt silly and fun. And I'm not against taking that away and giving it another way to do crazy AoE damage, but I don't know if I've seen that yet. I'm not a fan of Malefic Rapture, and I don't know, man. Warlock used to be a class that I really liked in the past, but I don't think it's it at the moment. Frost Mage. Yeah, Mage is the other class that I've started maining in the War Within, and it's kind of the class that I want to go back to. Mage and Monk. Not much to be said outside of the tier sets being the other good tier set bonuses that they've added. At least that are interestingly enough. I'm curious to see how Fire Mage shooting Glacial Spikes is, and how Frost Mage shooting Pyroblasts is. That will be interesting. I predict a little bit of brokenness there, but we'll see how they end up tuning that shit. And Shaman, very close to being a potential main. I might bump Resto down a little bit, but I don't know. I kind of want to play a class that can heal again. It's just I'm not a big fan of the current healing situation. I'm noticing that there's nothing in F tier. Would I rearrange this for something to be in F tier? Without playing everything more recently, I can only put the like red here. Maybe if I really think about it, red and unholy. I don't think red is gonna get anything complex to it again. They're even nerfing Divine Hammer. I guess there isn't really a spec that I would 100% not main at all, gun to my head. So I think maybe F tier being empty is fine. This is how it's looking at the moment. We need PTR testing to figure out more. All right, well, this is a good starting point for all of these. Don't mind them. When I saw you playing Fire Mage, I was impressed. Hating is free, so keep it up. Oh yeah, no, that's fine. Sometimes I'm a little bit too emotional, man, and I care about things. It just baffles me that people really have nothing better to do than to just hate on somebody else with no actual reason or basis to their argument. So that's either being stupid or being very bored, which makes for a very poor interaction. Why is arm so far down? It's super fun spec to play. Not to me, brother. No. Warrior for me, they've dunked on it hard. I'm not a fan of the arms playstyle. Just play Fury Warrior and offset best DPS. No shot, bro. If they bring Odin's Fury back and maybe Onslaught as well to have like a little bit more of an interesting thing to do, then I would be for that. Yeah. What's the word on the Shadow Priest rework? Actually, I've just recorded the video today, and I'm gonna start editing it as soon as the stream is done, and we will have it up, I think, on Wednesday. I think there's going to be a change in the meta. Yes, it always is between patches. Probably going to be top tank. I have no idea. If trolls just got doxed, no. No, relax, brother. Don't be weird, man. Just how it's free to say shit on the internet, it's also still words on the internet. You shouldn't really take them too seriously. Don't wish ill on other people. It's not. Come on, man. It's enough of this going on in the world. We don't have to do it more here. Toss Havoc down there where it belongs? I don't know. I like the fantasy of Havoc, but they're just not nailing it for me. Red and Boomy should be S here considering how good they are with one button rotation. Jesus, man, you like your one button rotation, bro. Fuck that one button rotation. What up, Jelky? How you playing PTR and get attached to how the specs feel? You get used to it, man. But it's probably a gigantic improvement so far? No. Always been a warrior main, so awful. But I did really enjoy my execute playstyle. I went into an execute build yesterday on stream. You can probably see the VOD. And I fucking loved every second of it, man. I love executing on Pro Warrior. It's so satisfying when it does relevant damage. I don't mean to break the game. And I am trading tankiness to be able to execute. So I'm fine by being a little bit squishier. Excuse me, because I did play Colossus afterwards. Because I played Mountain on execute. And then... and I felt squishy and dipping a bit, but when I went to Colossus, my HP bar was just not moving. So having those two versions of Prot Warrior feels really fun. So I hope they keep to it. We have your back whenever people say that you are not good enough to play with noobs. We defend you, say that you are a noob. Me too, man. I appreciate you, Longwalker. Would love to see some Brew Empress gameplay. Did that yesterday as well, man. Probably will play it a little bit more. I'm guessing they're gonna add more Brew stuff in the future, more Brew changes. So I'm looking forward for that. I'm doing the Arcane Mage. I saw what looks like turbocharged Arcane Orbs, and it only added to my interest and feel playing that spec for 11.2. Really, because I felt like, from what I saw, Arcane was just a barrage class now. Yeah, I would be so down Heinz to see like a totally flip meta, man. Bring Affliction in, Survival Hunter, fucking... I was gonna say Brew, but... Bear, but Brewmaster main tank, sure. Maybe adds... I don't know, dude. I was gonna say Feral. What specs are so underrepresented that they would really benefit from being meta? I think any Warlock spec right now, honestly. Hey, Marcy Pops, thank you for the Prime, man. 2 months, appreciate it. This year list is all fun, man. All fun. All of the numbers right now on the PTR are not gonna stick. Love the chicken little look. The chicken. Bro, is something going on with chicken that I don't know about? Shadow Priest, what's up with Shadow Priest? Shadow Priest being meta, you mean? I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it, but we had Shadow Priest like be meta for such a long time, right? It's just that the last 2 seasons or something, Shadow was kind of bad. Wasn't it like OP throughout the entirety of Augmentation's arc by adding the PI to the Fire Mage? That was like at least 2 seasons in Dragonfly, right? And then a bunch of times, and I think throughout the entirety of Shadowlands, wasn't it? Ever since they added PI? Or am I misremembering things? Chickens cluck, that's so very true. Started in Dragonflight. Shadowlands was ass. Really? I could have sworn Shadow was played in Shadowlands too, but yeah, I'm probably misremembering then. I'm tired of playing DH tank. I hate it, but it's a meta class. My friends just want to play meta classes, so my situation is screwed up. Yeah, I'm not a fan of meta classes. Thankfully, my group of friends don't care if I play meta or not, because they don't really play meta either, so it's better if you can just have fun, man. Froststrike drop videos. Is Froststrike a content creator? Deathbringer with breath, 7 million overall. Yeah, but see, people have been saying that marksmanship ends up with 11 million overall. That's why PTR numbers are just weird. Don't really look at the numbers. It's... I mean, it's not like they don't mean anything, but the chances that them are going to remain the same on when the patch goes live is very unlikely. Anything on your news? What do you mean? On what news? Are you interested in maining a tank though? They would have to like rework how kind of tanking is, and so I tanked yesterday with both Prod and Brew in Echo Dome. It felt better. It felt I like the tank buster mobs because it's more interesting. I just don't want to feel weak as a tank. I don't like to feel squishy, and I don't like to lose aggro. Despite me playing, for all intents and purposes, very good on the tanks. That's not fun, knowing that I'm too squishy and I can dip in a second. That's not why I play tank. I want to feel like a unit. That's the fantasy for me. Sub-Rogue is good now. I don't know, maybe. I've been playing Mistweaver, and while I feel so impactful, I'm starting to get a little bored of it, but my M+ guild needs a healer and I can't seem to wrap my brain around any other. Bro, how can you play Mistweaver and not play other healers? I feel like Mistweaver is one of the more complex healers, or one of the more difficult ones to play. There's so many interactions that you need to be aware of. Pro Warrior has that even after spell block is gone. Has what exactly? It's insane that meta has an impact for the choice of spec when you see the worst spec did +20 this season. Did they? That's very good balance, man. But the thing is, I've mained the Windwalker in dungeons and I felt my class being very different. The thing is, the people that play the worst specs and do the +20s, although that spec definitely has the potential to clear the high-end content, that is so much synergy there. Like, you cannot put a random Windwalker in a group and a random Unholy in a group and expect them to be able to perform the same. It just doesn't work. Damage and performance does a lot of heavy lifting for not necessarily lack of skill, because we assume everybody's like equally skilled at the top end, but for lack of contextual competence. Windwalker is really good in certain types of groups with certain types of routes. Unholy is very good in other types of groups and other types of routes. And meta is a much easier way to establish a common route that everybody in the puck community expects. Because if all of the specs would be S tier, but each spec had to be played different with a different comp, then the one that's the easiest to play with less catering to is going to end up being meta. Because people are not like, when you hop into a pug, how likely is that person to know of a skip that's done as a meta comp or a skip that's done with an off meta comp, right? They're not gonna know all of the intricacies of playing like off meta. So you need to be able to educate the community in playing, particularly with like classes like Windwalker that play differently than I don't know, Arcane Mages and Balance Druid. Balance has never been that good in M+. No, it's been meta almost every season, Balance Druid. But it's not good in lower end keys because it needs a little bit of catering too. Until you get enough gear where you just do really good damage no matter what. Windwalker Nashel, go on a big pull, blast your CDs, press abilities, and like doing a billion DPS, check DPS, you are dead last. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean, right? Like at the beginning of the season when we were like pushing 10s and 12s in the first few weeks, Windwalker was really good. But once everybody got more gear, once we could afford to pull more, slowly, as Windwalker slowly started to fall behind everybody else, and the difference would only grow as the keys go up in level, right? So you feel that as a player. I mean, I did. Oh, we're raging on rogues. How's Unholy looking? In need of Jesus, actually. Main warrior. Bro, you just want a tank, bro. Why aren't you motherfucking tanking? Do you remember you're the guy that initially taught me how to tank? I've never seen you ever main a tank, little bitch. You came in a little bit late. The tier list is a little bit over. Red is looking turbo strong, probably, but that I don't care, bro. I tried, dude. Like, I'm not joking. If you've seen me play Red on stream, there's a very good chance that at one point I indirectly doze off. It happened twice on stream. It was probably unnoticeable because it was like very short. When I just played Red, and for a second I almost fell asleep. I'm not joking. I'm not memeing. I'm not trashing on Red. I fucking love the class. I've been wanting to main it ever since I saw the theme of the World Soul Saga. I love and I hope that Anduin has like a really badass hero journey story and becomes a badass Red, because we need badass Reds and not Turalian that's just getting old. I love Prot. I love Paladin in general. I just cannot play Red, bro. I tried so many times. I just fall asleep. I don't care how much damage it does. I don't care. You main tank for expos? I don't know. That could be a lie for all I know. I was bear. Well, you mained it, but I've never played with you tank, man. I don't know. Been tanking for 8 seasons now, never had this much fun as Prot Warrior as now. Really? Dude, you played Prot Warrior in season 3 and 4 of Shadowlands? Did you play that Prot Warrior? And this one is more fun than that one? The perma uptime Necrolord banner with intervene giving you block, revenge and rage, and you would use charge and intervene, 2 charges of charge, 1 of intervene and leap, zooming all over the battlefield with a perma banner up that constantly generated rage and damage for you, and you fuel that into Indomitable, becoming an indestructible beast that out DPS half of the DPSers in single target execute. There's no shot this is the best Pro Warrior you played. Listen, I'm kidding. Love what you love, man. I'm just messing with you. But no shot Pro Warrior is better now than it was then. I'm sorry. That's why I'm not a fan of Beast Mastery Pack Leader. It's so boring. Yeah, same here. That's why I was disappointed whenever it was reworked. Because I had high hopes for Rexar vibes. Underrating Colossus Prot? What do you mean? I've been playing Colossus Prot in the last 2 months, man. Those are the highest keys that I've done on my warrior. How am I underrating? I don't think so. It's fun. I'm not saying it's not fun, but it's not better than Shadowlands. Monks, yeah, Monks says here for me, yeah. How about this? What if you could play red on a drum kit or something? I just want cool red, man. That's fine. Keep red, bro. Make the non-passive version of red 1% weaker. Okay, 5% weaker than the boring one button red. And I'm in. I'm fucking in, bro. I want to have Wings and Wake of Ashes. I want to have Execution Sentence that actually does damage and matters what type of damage you do in that rotation so that it scales up and blasts the target. I want some capstones that alter my rotation in a way that the buttons that I press matter and would make a difference, right? I cannot get behind the passive gameplay, man. I can bear if I main Boomy. Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying, man? You're not gonna not play Boomy. Boomy looks so fun next season with the tier set. Having these more love? Probably. Third spec for DH. Bro! Can you imagine if they announced the third spec for DH to becoming halfway through the third season, half of the player base swapping to Demon Hunter instantly? Why display C tier? I'm just not a big fan of how the only thing that I find interesting on this that could make it close to S tier is the Oracle playstyle of playing Absorb Disc. Otherwise, it's, you know, I think Mistweaver does do damage to heal better than Disc. Have you tried Frosty after the fixing stuff? No, but I do want to get back to it a little bit, yeah. Colossus Pro damage was amazing this season. Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. It's good. I'm playing it. I know. They will know for sure balance. Is balance broken on the PTR? I haven't seen that. Blink twice if you know. Oh, you mean if we know, if Blizzard told us and didn't tell anybody? They don't do that, man. So we knew, for instance, we knew about the WoW cast for, I think it was 2 weeks before it was announced. We had an NDA. We recorded the interview about... Shit, when did we... Like 2 days before the Wildcast was announced, I think, or a week. I don't remember. It was way before the Wildcast was announced either. We knew about everything that they were gonna announce, but they only let us know about that because they had a release schedule and a plan, and probably was like a content creator outreach for us to do content on it so that we raise awareness, right? You know, scratch my back, I scratch yours type deal. If we knew about the third Demon Hunter spec coming in, that would mean that they would have an announcement to make at the very latest a month from now. I don't think they're disclosing that type of information for more than a month because the chances of it being leaked is very high. And it's not like they're necessarily opposed to leaks, but they probably want to, you know, keep it under wraps until it can be transformed into an actual showcase of the spec and not just people wondering if it exists or not. That's exactly what you would say if you're on under NDA. I mean, you know, as somebody that sometimes cannot tell you the truth because of NDA, me trying to say that now I'm telling the truth might sound very disingenuous. But whenever there's an NDA going on, we always say, hey guys, we might have some cool things coming up. Stay tuned. And I said that when we had the Wildcast NDA. And I said that last year before they summoned us to the Creator Summit to test out the War Within Alpha, by the way. I'm not saying that now. There's no point. Why would I? Why wouldn't I want you guys to get hyped and watch our videos more on the channel in the hopes that this video would be the one that I have an NDA on and that I cannot talk about it? Why wouldn't I do that? There's no merit in keeping it a secret. Given the radio silence, I'm going to go on a limb and say that the spec is going to happen 11.2.2. I think it's at least 2.5. 2.5 or 2.7. There's quite a little bit until midnight, and they have to kind of keep the hype up a little bit. So they're probably either going to do that with the remix or with the spec. Bro! Bro, there's Legion Remix, bro. How is not the new spec coming out with the new Legion Remix? DH content, Legion release DHs. How is this not the best opportunity to release a third DH spec? Yeah, I forgot about Legion Remix too, man. Like, this would be the perfect opportunity to put in the new spec. Like, when else are you gonna bring it up? When else are you gonna raise the hype for Demon Hunters and a Demon Hunter spec? Then when also you're putting back Legion as a playable content for everybody. Maybe playing through Legion Remix, you get to unlock this new spec. Fuck. Dude, Giga Brain. I solved it. That's exactly what they're gonna do. Make a clip about this. It has been debunked. What is this? The 30th of June, 2025. In about 2 months. No, I think in about a month and a half is going to be confirmed. I think they're probably going to announce it at Gamescom for sure. Because they have to have something that's unpredictable for Gamescom. Everybody knows they're going to announce Midnight at Gamescom. Midnight is coming with player housing as one of the biggest WoW features ever. So we know what they're going to talk about. We're just going to have more details. So they cannot really sell the hype with things that we know they're going to talk about. So there has to be things that we don't know that they're going to talk about, which is the new Demon Hunter spec. And ideally, hopefully, a new class. A new class on top of the third spec, please. A new class. We need a new class. Flame barking nonsense. Mark my words, Jelky. Are you a cop? If yes, you have to say it. Lawyered. Oh my god. You've cornered me into a cognitive shackle. On S tier, what the two icons next to it? What the fuck? On S tier, what the two icons next to the to it? Huh? You're going to Gamescom? I don't know. We're hoping to, but it depends on how the situation is looking. Because first of all, unless we get like press passes to go in and have, you know, dev interviews and stuff like that, which happens usually before Gamescom gets released for the general public, then I don't think so. Gamescom for the general public is almost impossible to do content on, especially the kind of content that we do. And it's also very crowded, and personally I'm not a fan of. Second, it's a little bit difficult for us to afford going to Gamescom, so unless there's like a, you know, a Blizzard invite type thing where they can, you know, what's the word? Give us accommodations like they did last year, which was very nice of them, of course. Then probably not. So it's been a rough-ish year for the Marcelian boys. If there's a new DH spec, it's gonna be for Midnight, not too. Well, I don't think so, because they would have to make a new hero talent as well. That is true. That's very true. But I still don't see why they couldn't do that now. See, because you're doing that, Deathlord. You're doing that on the presumption that these type of things are too big to be released in the mid patch. But you cannot think that way anymore. WoW is not that kind of a game anymore, and it cannot be that kind of a game anymore because it's too old. They need to do stuff way quicker and put more stuff in, because it's becoming very formulaic, where we kind of can predict a new class is always at the new expansion, a new spec is always at the new expansion. They're never going to do big things mid-patch, which is obviously not true. They released augmentation ahead of time in the middle of a patch, right? In the middle of an expansion as well. So you are very rational. That's a very rational take, and that's fine, but I hope you're wrong, right? Because they have to break the mold. They have to break the routine to keep WoW fresh. Hey, Plague Wheel, thank you for the prime, brother. Appreciate it, dude. Yeah, Shaman is also really good. I'm not a big fan of how Shaman is squishy though, right? So I like Shaman, and I don't know why I'm not maining Shaman, but I don't know, that every time I play Shaman I'm like, why am I maining this? And then whenever I stop playing Shaman, it's like I don't want to play Shaman. So I don't know, it feels like it's a drug that when you do it you're like, oh yes, more, but when you stop doing it, it's like that was, I don't think that's how drugs work. I don't know, guys. I barely go out of my home. Give me Shaman tank and I'll forever be happy. I think everybody has been asking that for like years now, yeah. It all depends on what type of spec it is. Probably a melee DPS. Germany's expensive for us Romanians. Yeah. Bro, the not the rent. Was it not rent? The rooms, the rooms that we had to book for last year were like, fuck, dude. Like the prices 2 to 3 months before Gamescom were, I think it was about, oh, Marcelian knows better because he was the one handling all of this stuff. A couple of €100 for 4 days or something like that. And by the time the Gamescom was about, like around by like a month before, it was like €1,500 or something weird like that. And that was like a month before the event. And I can only imagine they got way more expensive as the event got closer and closer. I think this race would be huge too. Yeah, I'm hoping to. Yeah. So what would you pick for a guy who wants to tank first time in WoW? Always DPS. Prot Warrior, easy, bro. Prot Warrior is the tank that can teach you how to tank while learning good habits. Manage your resources is important. Your defensives are important. If you play properly, you can have your shield block, which is your active mitigation, close to 100% up, which will be a big difference in your HP pool. You have very specific defensives that do very specific things, which is good instead of having like one defense that works for everything, although that you can probably call shield wall that. It has all of the basics in. Other tanks are a little bit more abstract. For instance, Brewmaster has stagger as a mitigation, which is very hard to wrap your head around if you're not... Hey ACD, thank you for the 6 months, buddy, appreciate it, dude. Stagger is an abstract way of mitigation, so it's kind of hard to wrap your head around it unless you know, are experienced, have been playing it, and you know, do a little bit of research. Bear is deceivingly squishy. Bear can be incredibly tanky, but it's not 100% obvious as to why Bear is tanky, because armor is not one of the best defensive stats out there, but when you get to armor cap really quickly and you convert a lot of the rage into healing, that can definitely save you for on a bunch of stuff. But then if you're not in that particular position, you're incredibly squishy as Bear, so you can just flop. Like I've played with so many Bear pugs that just charge into a pack and instantly die. It's unbelievable. Paladin and Brewmaster are the most difficult tanks to play properly, particularly Paladin, because you have to jump through hoops to enable all of your defensives. You have to rotate your Shield of the Righteous up. You have to be in Consecration. You have to heal yourself to either keep yourself up or to proc the Faith in the Light or whatever it is that gives you more block. You're also blocking spells, which is it's a percent chance, so you have to kind of understand that as well. Plus you have immunities as defensives that you need to use at particular times, and you're deceivingly squishy with that as well. Blood DK can feel like an immortal tank until that one moment when you just instantly die and you have no idea why you died. And Vengeance is kind of a combination between Prot Paladin and Blood. You can heal quite a bit, but you also have to roll your defensives in a way that you cannot leave gaps in your kit or you just die in one shot. So that's why I don't usually recommend these for new players, even though you can definitely play them if you like Vengeance for some reason, because you just like the theme of being a big fucking spiky demon, then fucking go for it. Doesn't matter what's good. If you like something because you think it's cool, play that 100%. Doesn't matter what I say. But if you don't care either way and you kind of want to get into all of them at once and you just want one to start with, then Prot Warrior would be my recommendation. Did you test Brew on the PTR? Yes, tested it yesterday. We even had a really short impromptu stream. If you ain't iron foring, you bear tanking wrong. That's true, man. But listen, you need at least 3 stacks of iron for to be decently tanky. And that takes so long when you start a pool that most bears don't really understand. Because if I see another bear that instantly dies on a key that's 12 or higher, I just know for sure that that bear has been taking his tankiness for granted, and now that it's finally doing content that is mildly threatening, it's flopping on its ass. That highlighted message looks like Demon Speak confirmed. No, that's just Romanian. That's just Google Translate. Listen, Keld, you can just go in English, man. I appreciate your good words, man. Why is Brew hard? Because I don't even know how to say this. So to be able to survive as Brewmaster, you have to have Shuffle active, which you think might be a no-brainer. But you would be surprised that you can actually drop Shuffle if you get lost in some of the other abilities that you have to do whenever you drop aggro, because you can drop aggro since you don't have enough damage, or that your AoE abilities don't have a wide range. So when you throw a Keg Smash into a pack, it doesn't hit all of the mobs. And then if your red just goes red charge, presses wings and divine storms, and instantly takes aggro off of three mobs that you don't have aggro on, good luck getting those back before the red dies. Unless the red has Bubble Up, which the red probably doesn't have Bubble Up because he just used Bubble in the last pack that he almost died on. That's one thing. And focusing on doing damage to keep aggro takes away from you being tanky, because you also have to purify at the right time and use your Celestial Brew on cooldown and use Expel Harm to heal yourself with the orbs in between. And if you're still taking too much damage, you have to also use Vivify. And if your healer doesn't understand that Brewmaster is a tank that constantly needs healing and is not like that Vengeance that just fills its HP bar with one Soul Cleave or Spirit Bomb, then you're going to get screwed. And your defensives are fine, but they're not as easy to use as your other healers. Diffuse Magic is really good, the strongest magic damage reduction ability in the game, but Dampen Harm doesn't absorb the same amount of damage, or doesn't reduce the same amount of damage 100% of the time, so you're not always sure exactly how much damage you're reducing. You're reliant on dodging as a part of your tankiness, so you can have a moment in your rotation where you're just rotating like a god, those blackout kicks, and you're getting dodge after dodge after dodge, and your HP isn't moving, and then one doofus doesn't kick the spell, and you have to kick it, and you also have to do a dispel that the healer didn't do, and then you have to move a little bit, and then, oh my god, you haven't blackout kick in about 3 or 4 globals, no more dodge, instantly your HP goes down to 0. Well, not to 0, it goes to 1 because you have stagger. I'm like a little bit exaggerating it, but all of these things that the Brewmaster has issues with has about 3 or 4 buttons that it needs to press to be able to do properly. Damage, you need 3 or 4 buttons to do damage properly. Tankiness, you need 3 or 4 buttons to be able to be properly tanky. And utility and kit and all of that needs 3 or 4 buttons, and that's just a lot of buttons that you have to constantly press. And if you press the wrong one too many times, you're gonna be left behind. You're gonna have a bad cooldown reduction on your brews. You're gonna run out of Purifying Brew even after you use Black Ox, and then you're eventually going to die. And if your DPS doesn't have enough damage to kill the pack before you eventually run out of Purifying charges, then you're fucked. That's why it's difficult. It's a very difficult tank. It's rewarding. It's not impossible, but that's why I think it's a difficult tank. I think you should play as main character Fire Mage. You know why? Because my name is Flame? Yeah, exactly. Alright. Maybe I should take the tier list off of the screen, but this is the main. It's like the title of the stream. We're looking at the potential main classes. Come to Shadow Priest. I want to, man. They just need to do like 2 main things on Shadow Priest to convert me to the dark side. They need to make Shadowy Apparitions as a viable way to play Shadow, and not just a meme build. And they need to make the capstones not be so passive. I want to kind of at least a little bit interact with the capstones. I want to know that if I pick N'Zoth over Yasharaj or over Cthulhu, my rotation changes slightly, right? At least slightly, but it doesn't feel like it changes at all. It doesn't really matter what capstones you get. The playstyle of Shadow is dictated by the middle part of the tree. If that even dictates the playstyle of Shadow, because the Shadow playstyle feels like it's the same no matter what talents you pick. So that's kind of my problem with Shadow. Yeah, so it's very hard to consider what Brewmaster has as button bloat, because all the buttons has a particular purpose, but I think because the purpose is divided into so many buttons that one individual button doesn't feel as impactful. And whenever you don't have one button that feels impactful enough, then you don't really have a button that can save you. So you have like 3 or 4 buttons that can save you. Whereas with other tanks and other classes in general, you have one button that can save you. But Brew doesn't have that. Maybe Brew doesn't need that, but at least make it feel that if I work and sweat like a fucking pig to be able to survive, then I'm at least maybe one of the tankiest tanks out there. But that's not true. I'm not even the one that does the most amount of damage. I'm just the most mobile one. That's it. I don't have the most sustain, the most damage, but the most tankiness, but I work more than any other tank at all of these things. That's my problem with Brewmaster. Like, you don't have to be an OP tank, but bro, don't spit in my face, slap me, and then punch me also. play DK, you're gonna be Giga Chad in Arakara. Oh yeah. Up until like plus 13s, 14s. After that, I'm just gonna get one shot, right? Sometimes they do crazy shit and pull mobs and stuff. Brewmasters? It's been a while. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, thanks, man. Hello, Australia. Can I ask what your thoughts on Feral are and why it's in D tier? My thoughts on Feral, the reason it's in D tier has nothing to do with the damage, because I think that's the first thing that people think about when they look at the tier list. Even though for the last 3 or 4 years, whenever we talked about meta, we never really talked about damage as the main contributor, but it's also important. The reason Feral is so down is because it's boring, because it hasn't had any meaningful changes to its talents and playstyle in a very long time. They're probably going to want to get rid of snapshotting entirely. They took away the variety in doing AoE damage by just giving you rampant ferocity and taking away tear open wounds. Adaptive Swarm is boring as fuck. I don't know. I think Feral is just an old spec. I think it's an old spec that needs something new. That's basically it. Same with Bear. These for Druid. What's wrong? Who's hater? What's wrong? Who's bad, man? Need a little Snickers. Do you have that commercial as well, where everybody's just hangry and a little bitch until they eat a Snickers? Because we had that too. That was funny. Shouted the Nabda. What's a Nabda? I mean, Druid in every spec is super underwhelming. Yeah, Druid is usually my favorite class in all of Fantasy, but they're just doing a very poor job at making Druid interesting in World of Warcraft. Druid in Classic WoW, or Vanilla WoW rather, is the most interesting spec that kind of WoW ever had for me, personally. Because no matter what spec you play, it feels like you want to shapeshift and do all of the druidy things. Even if you're a feral druid, you still want to heal and put some dots up with your balance abilities. And same with every other ones, right? If you're a resto druid, you kind of want to go into cat and bear occasionally, so I like that kind of style. I like a druid that interacts with the shapeshifting. I think druid shapeshifting needs to be revised. I think we first of all need more shapeshifting forms, regardless of the spec, that are good in common, not just a cat, a bear, and a chicken. That's, bro, it's 2025. Are you serious? Have you seen any other druid in any other video game? Just give me more shapeshifting forms that do different things. I don't want them to be like a passive thing that just happens, like I press an ability and I shapeshift into that form, do that ability, and then go back. Because they did that for Diablo 4 and I wasn't a fan of that either. I just want more shapeshifting form, more shapeshifting playstyles. Maybe a feral druid can be a baseline cat, but then you can either turn into like this raging tiger or the Sabron feral aspect. Oh Jesus, the Sabron feral druid from Warlords of Draenor, right? That does other things. Maybe one is good in AoE, maybe one is good in single target, maybe one is faster or one is tankier. Like, I don't care. Maybe bear can be I don't know, like 2 or 3 types of bear. Like, this is just like, holy shit, William with the 10 Aussies super chat. I'm just getting back into after taking a 2-year break, and I kind of want to change away from DK. What range class do you recommend? It's not too hard to pick up while it's also being fun to play. Well, fun is going to be very subjective for you, brother. I cannot really guess what's fun for you, but I'm taking a shot, and I'm obviously using my own subjectivity here. Ranged class, not so hard to pick up. Balanced Druid is not too hard to pick up. It's mildly fun. It's decently simplistic, where you can understand the way you do damage fairly easy, but at the same time you do have a kit that can elevate your gameplay if you start to know to play the spec better. Shapeshifting and the druid utility is still very good, and you can do cool things if you get better at being a balanced druid and a druid in general. So maybe balanced druid. I get the ice cream and hangry, especially in this heat. Oof. Like Udyr from League? Maybe Boodyr from League, sure. Shift weaving is not fun at all. The way they do it in retail WoW, sure. But the way it used to be, I disagree. I used to love shift weaving. I think you gotta wait a bit so you can try Frost. They are cooking with the rework, and most Frost DK players I've seen are satisfying. Yeah, probably. Maybe. I might have to do that again. I'm gonna end up playing all of these a lot more in the next couple of weeks for sure. Balance Druid would bore him to tears. Doesn't bore me to tears, man. Why would it bore somebody else? Look at that. Chat is already taking care of you, William. I didn't even need to say anything, even though those takes are hot as fuck. Listen, at least they're replying, right? Enjoy the shift weaving with Druid. Yeah, same here, man. I liked it when you could shift in Moonkin form as a bear to do your convoke, and do the same with Resto Druid. That was kind of fun. Would be cool. I like it. That's why I like Resto Druid as well, because I can shift weave into cat, put a bunch of dots, a bunch of bleeds up, shift back, do my druid form. Oh my god, my tank is about to die. I shift into bear, maybe taunt the mob off him, or my tank actually died and we need somebody to res. I'm gonna be a bear and taunt the target and keep a little bit of aggro until the tank is back. Like that kind of stuff. I fucking love that shit. But it's just not that incentivized to be done in modern WoW. Red is a fun range spec. Just get the fuck out, bro. Bro, don't cap it, man. Don't cap on range. Red is kind of range. But listen. I'm debating shifting from my main Dwarf Hunter to Orc Hunter. I'm level 76, so my drop on guild is Alliance. Is it worth the change just for the looks and playing Alliance guild? Sure, man. Listen, you need to have fun in the game, and if changing from Dwarf to Orc lets you enjoy the class more because you just like how Orc looks better, go for it, man. Who cares? It's your video game, go for it. This tier list is a potential main tier list. Stagger Drunken Monk from Mists. I don't know how that was. Maybe I need to play Mob Classic, but I'm just... Yeah, also what Peter said, it doesn't really matter what faction you are anymore. You can be whatever faction, whatever guild, that doesn't matter anymore. But if you want it for the looks and for the flavor thing, then I totally get that, because I play that way too. Are you asking me what I'd like or dislike about Warlock? Or... Arcane Mage is still a fun and tanky? Yeah, Mage is ridiculously tanky for being a cloth class. I've had an alt lock since vanilla. It's enjoyable, but it feels slow. That's fair. I'm not opposed to slow classes though. Why is lock not higher in the list for its main? It's because of how they're designing lock. I feel like they're taking a lot of the flavor away because it's either too complex or they cannot figure out a way to balance it. Like I didn't like it when they took away another portal from Demo, because it felt like a very flavorful thing. I didn't like it when they nerfed Tyrant for Demo, because I felt like building up to that big ass Tyrant was very rewarding for me. I didn't like it when they took away Shadow Bolt Volley Doom Guards and the initial way that they did it with when you can snipe killing targets and get more Doom Guards out. That was very fun for me, even though it might have been a little bit degenerate, but that was more fun, arguably. Same thing with Destro Warlock. The PTR for the War Within had the most fun Destro Warlock I've ever played, and they nuked it down because it was a little bit too degenerate, and it just feels like there's a theme where if a spec is degenerate, they're gonna simplify it a lot by taking a lot of the tools away, and I'm not a fan of that. I don't know why that's a goal when designing a game. If you make something that's so fun but broken, but you decide that you need to nerf the fun to make it more balanced, like I don't understand how that makes the game more fun. I thought the game was supposed to be fun, not balanced. Sure, we like it when it's balanced and when our spec isn't in the gutter, but we also like it when it's fun. No, I feel like that's the case. But Warlock has felt like it's receiving the balanced bat to the face and taking away a lot of the fun stuff. I loved when Affliction was Seed of Corruption spam, where you can just spam it and see chain explosion after explosion. That was so satisfying to play. I've been loving that ever since in Shadowlands when they made it a thing, and they took that away as well because it wouldn't probably match with their new hero talents that makes you want to spam Malefic Rapture. So that's my problem with Warlock right now. Has nothing to do with their damage or their speed or slowness. They're dumbing down. Yeah. I like the theme of Demo having like Felguard buffs. I like the dogs. I like all of the stuff. But I don't find Shadow Bolt interesting. I don't find Demon Bolt interesting. I don't know why they keep wanting to make those specs as the focus of their changes. Is this purely PvE for me? Yes. Will Fury and Arms still be good in the new raid, or this? This is not a performance tier list, man. I don't know what's gonna be good in raid or not. We're probably going to have some form of prediction tier list just because it's fun. But until the season is out and until we see like the race world first, we probably won't really know what's the best or not. What is that Druid transmog? The shoulders are not supposed to be there, but it's supposed to be like a bum, homeless Druid transmog. You have some old PvP videos we can check. Marcelian used to do a lot of PvP videos back in the day, especially in Cataclysm for Red 4 Arenas. You can actually find them in our channel. Fancy farmer going to war. That's exactly it, man. That's my vibe. Have you seen my mage transmog? Look at this. I just got out of the Kirin Tor benches. I have a stick and I'm ready to cast some spells. So that's the vibe I'm going for. Mystery legendary mana for Omega. You think caster legs? Really? You think so? That would be interesting. Warlock is not the same as in Pandaria with cunning of Killgen. And bro, I even loved it when Warlock, like thematically, even though it was boring, Warlock in Warlords of Draenor, when you could have Doom Guards as a pet or Infernal as permanent pets, they kind of ended up not doing too much. They were still regular pets, but that just thematically felt so cool, bro. I don't know. They're just nuking cool for other things, and I just don't vibe with it. Same with Warrior. Like, I understand they want to make specs a little bit more, but they're just way too careful and way too safe with their design because they don't want to upset a lot of people. But when you end up not upsetting a lot of people, you end up not making people excited at all, not making nobody excited. That's basically it. I want to be excited about a class. I want to be, oh my god, fuck it, I'm gonna pick my warrior. I'm gonna be the meanest, baddest, biggest dude on the battlefield. I'm gonna charge and not give a fuck about anything because I'm a warrior, right? But it just doesn't feel that way. What do you think about Rogue? Tried a week ago and it's mind-blowing, maybe. Yeah, no, I love Rogue. That's why it's all the way into A tier. It's close to being S tier. Very close into putting subtlety into S tier. MS meta from demos. To be fair, Metamorphosis Demonology, because that's what people seem to be talking in Twitch as well, was a really cool version of Demonology. Then, and I do understand the talking point that meta is a Demon Hunter thing, and I totally support it. I feel like the type of Metamorphosis gameplay that Demo had was probably the most flavorful and fun version of Demo, and once again, we're losing something cool to make way for some other thing. And I'm just not a fan of that mindset. I'm not a fan of nerfing fun for any other reason than more fun. Warrior needs BL, Warrior needs banners. Bro, look at our Warrior rework video, man. I think we really cooked some really cool things. I don't understand why Warrior doesn't have a Makgora ability. Just think about that. A Makgora ability. What would that ability look like in PvE? Because in PvP it has some obvious implications, but in PvE, I mean. Just graduated from Mage University. He kind of reminds me of Legolas's father in The Hobbit. Yeah, boy, that's what I'm going for, man. Love the new hair. Oh, appreciate it, man. The fact that we can't get Maev's glaive is kind of annoying. Would love that transmog, to be honest. Sure. I think Midnight they're gonna switch hero talents around. Probably. Most classes share 3 separate hero talents, with these applying to one or two specs. Probably, yeah. The hero talents have been a hit and miss. I think it's mixed reception of hero talents. That probably have some changes for it. Magora is an orc thing, not just warrior though. Yeah, sure, true. But Bloodlust was also just was an ogre thing. So everybody has Bloodlust now. They just like to call it something different, but it's the same thing, right? It was a good design, but Metamorphosis origin was a Demon Hunter too. Back in Warcraft 3, Warlocks were just borrowing ADH being a class. Yeah, but that's not what the point that I was making. What does the tier list show? Meta? No, just fun in terms of potential mains for me. You think one button rotation is going to be nerfed? If it ends up being as close to some specs that I heard of, probably, yeah. Elun's Chosen killed Balance Druid for me, really? Really? Elun's Chosen? I feel like casting so many Fury of Elun, that was the more fun part. I don't know. But sure. Isn't Magora basically a taunt? Well, no, man, no. It's a duel to the death, right? But they could, you know, make it interesting. Every hero talent should really change your rotation, in my opinion. Agreed. Not some passive answer. The thing is, you have to be careful when you want that, man, because you cannot not play with hero talent. So you're forced into hero talent. So the changes that you make, the changes that hero talents make are kind of permanent, right? Whereas with talents, you can opt to play with it or not play with it. The hero talents, you don't have a choice. You have to play with it. So they cannot be too impactful, but I do agree the hero talents should shift the class, the spec fantasy a little bit. Take Fury Warrior, for instance. Or maybe Arms Warrior would be more a better example. Arms Warrior has Colossus and Slayer. Slayer should definitely make Arms Warrior the best execute class in the game. Heavy focus on execute, heavy focus on Blaze Storm, which it kind of does, but really they just don't feel that impactful at all. Bro, if I press Blaze Storm on Warrior, I want to see stuff die around me. It's just an AoE. It's just like any other AoE. For Warrior, it's called Blaze Storm. For Fire Mage, it's called Flame Strike. That's more or less it, right? It's just that Blaze Storm is a cooldown, Flame Strike is just an ability that you sometimes cast more often or spam. That's my problem with thing. And Colossus, I need to be a big, badass, tough motherfucker. That's what I'm looking to be with Colossus. And they're just not doubling down. Demolish is kind of cool, but it doesn't really do anything. I don't know, make Colossus have Mortal Strikes, fucking cleave shit down, maybe add a little bit of a cooldown to Mortal Strike, but it empties your entire rage bar and then just puts a debuff on the target that scales bleed damage more and more as you Mortal Strike more, or each subsequent Colossus gives you more and more damage, like the old Ashen Juggernaut that we had back in WoD that worked for Execute. We can maybe have that for Mortal Strike. I don't know, I'm just spitballing right now, like, but that's what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, Hunter, unfortunately, Matt, has maybe some of the worst hero talents, but that's seemingly going to change in 11-2, man, especially for balance. We had ogres as playable in Warcraft 2. You had ogres as playable characters. Bloodlust was a Warcraft 2 ability that Ogre Magi's had that you can use as a buff to your allies, and you would attack way faster, move way faster. That was what Bloodlust used to do, because we're talking about Warlocks shouldn't be happy that they had meta, because that was not a Warlock thing, or that Magora was a Orc thing, so we cannot bring Magora to all of the warriors. Although I personally agree, then at the same time let's make only humans and humans and dwarves be paladins. Why is everybody else a paladin? We need to make Taurens not be able to be rogues, priests, warlocks, and any other stuff. Like if we can argue Tauren rogues and a lot of 17 other degenerate things that we have in modern WoW, surely we can give Magora to all warriors and not just have it for orcs. I am an old school boomer. If I had my choice, I would make everything very spec and race specific, because it feels like it adds more personality to the races and makes race choice more impactful. But we don't live in that world. We don't live in a world where orcs are the Magora warriors with the biggest bloodlusts, right? Warriors don't even have bloodlust. They have blood fury, right? We don't live in a world where dwarves are, well, kind of dwarves are the tankiest a little bit, but that's it, right? If you have Tauren, monks, fire mages, and rogues, at that point I give up. At that point there's no longer a race thing. Races are just like a transmog. It doesn't really matter what race you play, it's just how your character looks, which I can understand it, but it's just boring and it takes away from the RPG aspect of World of Warcraft. Didn't priests have a similar ability to what Magora calls Surrender to Madness? Yeah, no, that's not like Magora, but that's a different thing. But I totally am simping for Surrender to Madness. You died if you didn't kill the mob in time, yeah. They'll never remove. Yeah, I know they won't remove spec from races. Undead Warlock without fucking my raid. Thank you. Why would you not play Undead Warlock? How are you fucking raid if you play Undead Warlock? Just rename Magora for Alliance? Sure, I don't mind. But listen, Magora is not an orc thing, right? It just so happened to be an orc culture thing, but it's not like... It was not obvious in the lore that orcs wouldn't accept Magora from anybody else. So didn't Garrosh Magora with Cairn, and Cairn was a Tauren? Not to mention that in the Warcraft movie, Lothar Magora with Blackhand, right? Which is obviously not what happened in the lore, but it kind of got approved at one point, I guess, so... Emerson, I've played every class in spec except the monk tank. I see you have a very high. How come? I really love monks, and looking at him all the way up there makes me want to play it again. It's because it's fun and very interactive. It's one of the specs that is the most engaging. Nothing happens on Brewmaster unless you press a very specific button, which is something that I really like. I like it when things don't just happen in the background passively. Everything that that you want to do on Brewmaster, there's a button for it, which on one hand it's great. It also makes it one of the hardest specs to play, and I'm fine with that. But the problem is that it's just not that rewarding. That's, you know, the downside is it should be either be the most tankiest or have the most damage or have the most sustain or something, because you work more than any other tank at any one of those things. And the fact that neither of them is the best in its niche is a little bit of a shame. That's all my take on Brewmaster. Strength of Madness was favorite ability in the game. Yeah, it was really cool. Same, I wouldn't say favorite, but it was very high up there. Is still orc culture? I agree, but listen, we cannot live in both worlds at the same time and in neither at the same time. We either live in a world where races in WoW have their culture intact, and they, you know, if you play a Tauren, you're the biggest with the most amount of stamina out of all the other classes. If you play a gnome, you're the most agile and can escape sticky situations. Maybe you can remove all of the CCs, or all CCs last less on you. If we live in that world, I'm perfectly fine. Make Magora an orc thing. Cool, all works have it. It doesn't matter what the class is. Maybe it's a racial thing, right? But we obviously don't live in that world, because I don't think in that world the culture of Taurens that are very in tune with nature, that are, you know, in tune with the earth that they live on, that they can be shadow priests and fire mages. Fuck that, bro. Fuck that. Somebody just went, man, but I want to be a cow fire mage and call myself hot beef, so they made Taurens be fire mages. So which is it? Which is it then? Can anything be everything, or are we going to stick to racial identity in World of Warcraft? Doesn't feel like in this modern WoW, being a particular race should matter. It doesn't feel like this aligns with the narrative that goes around nowadays, so I don't have my hopes up for that. Sylvanas engaging it too? Yeah. We even had that at one point. That's true, yeah. Where's my undead paladin then? Jesus Christ, so degenerate. Oh, fucking, I hate you, Peter. I'm still waiting for gnome goblin druids that used animal mix. Jesus Christ, that's so terrible. No. Magora is just 1v1 challenge. Yeah, that was my point too. It's called that in Orcish and is prevalent in their culture. Any race can challenge. Yep, I totally agree. That was my point too. What new class would you be more pumped with? What is WoW missing right now? Tinker, easy. Tinker is not my favorite fantasy class, but it's a class that WoW desperately needs. I feel like Tinkers as a class has existed in the Warcraft universe for a very long time. It's existed in World of Warcraft for a very long time. I feel like there's only so many patches where we have bombs and goblins and gnomes and rockets and robots that we can stomach until they actually put the Tinker in. It's unfathomable that this is... What is this? The third goblin or gnome patch? We had this. We had Mechagon back in Nazjatar. We had the entirety of Warlords of Draenor campaign, where all of the Iron Horde got all of their tech from goblins.
Why do we need Magora as a warrior spell though? It was mainly a duel for title and leadership, and it doesn't seem to make sense for PvE like you dueling one mob out of 10 in a pack. For PvP it makes sense though. Emo warrior need more banner fantasy.
Yeah, so listen, I already talked about Magora in our warrior rework video. All of my points are there. That you cannot have that opinion, bro, because if you have that opinion, like I said, we wouldn't have half of the things right now. Like, am I just gonna say the same thing again? Why do we have Tauren Paladins, bro? Paladins are supposed to be the priests that the human and dwarf priests that thought that they need to just be able to go on the battlefield against the Orcish warlocks, so they needed to form not an organization, but like a martial art that can let them be able to fight on the battlefield. That's what paladins are. It's it's dwarves and humans. Why are there so many races that are paladins? It makes no sense. Because it does make sense if you start to explain it. And I can start to explain if Magora has meaning for all of it. Why can I not Magora? I go into a pack, I see their lieutenant, I Magora, I take like almost no damage from everybody else, but my guy cannot hit anybody of my guys either. So I just duel him to the death. Whoever wins gets a buff. That was my Magora talent. I don't see why it doesn't work. We need to be able to think outside of the box if we want to presume that we want WoW to be better, new, fresh and stuff. We have to be able to do stuff that doesn't sound like it works normally in order to make the game new and fresh. That's my opinion. Obviously, that doesn't mean that I'm 100% correct or that you're wrong or anything like that, but that's why I think Magora can make it. I don't think there's no explanation for it, and if you have a problem with Magora being a PvE ability, do we want to talk about gnomes being able to be warriors? How does that make sense? So, like I said, we cannot live in both of these worlds selectively based off of what we want to accept, yeah. Then destroying Horde Alliance faction feeling doesn't help. Yeah, but you know, functionally it had to happen because it was more they just couldn't make Alliance and Horde work as a flavor, and it was more of a crutch or an anchor than a plot device or a game design device. It shows evolution. Yeah, I know that that's the argument, but you can say that about anything. And if it shows evolution, sure, make everything everything. So once again, are we going to have everything, or are we just going to have what we like? Because although I agree, it's also boring. The evolution argument is boring. Then all of the races can be anything, because it definitely makes sense. Because if you really want to think about it, and if you want to drag real life into the video game, humans are essentially everything. All of the classes in WoW are human classes in our world, right? We have history in druidism, shamanism, witchcraft and sorcery, that was called at the time, which was basically science that people just didn't understand at the time. So humans essentially in our history, one way or another, directly or indirectly, have been all of the classes in WoW. So why cannot every race in a fantasy video game can learn to be anything anymore, right? Because that would just be boring, because it wouldn't matter what race you are. My opinion, in a fantasy role-playing game, you're playing the role. You're playing the role of what? You're playing the role of a fire mage? That's it? That's boring. Why are you not a blood elf fire mage? That's the whole point of roleplay. That's what I cannot wrap my brain around. Why do WoW players so vehemently oppose flavor and individuality? What's the point in having all of the races if there's no distinction between the races except visual representation? Who cares? Wouldn't you being a big Tauren mean that you have more HP and you are tankier than every other class in the game make sense because you're the biggest? No, it's the same thing. It's the same thing as everybody else. So that's fine. That's fine. It's their game. They can make the game the way they want to. That's fine. But if you're gonna make Taurens be subtlety rogues, then let me be my own thing that I want to be. All right. Russians are orcs, so it checks out, lol. DI policy? I don't know, man. I don't think we can pretend that that's not a big impact on the game design. We've seen it in Dragonflight. It's, you know, some people like it, that's fine. Have your game, but let me have my game too, right? That's the fairest that I can be. It's milk toast that makes everything bland and pretty much in all player agency meaningless to a degree. Yeah, I agree, but that's the WoW that we have. I think we would expand what players play by allowing any race to be any class. Some people steer away from classes due to race restrictions. Sure, but like I said, that adds the, like, you cannot have everything, man. You cannot have flavorful, meaningful races that have their own fantasy cultures that you can wrap your head around, but also have the access of your class and your spec on the race that you want. You cannot have both. So it's a debate on which one is more important. So in a fantasy role-playing game, I would argue that having meaningful racial cultures that you can engage with in a video game sense, I think that's more important for the lifeblood of the video than you wanting your toy to be blue and not red. The whole point of that toy being cool is because it's a red toy, and a blue toy is a different kind of toy. Does that make any sense? Like, if you're gonna dilute this, it becomes like Record says in YouTube. Why am I just not putting this on so you guys can see each other? It just becomes milk toast. Everything is everything. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter what class you are. I'm a big muscular. Where is it? I cannot. No, I need to show this, right? Because I have a tendency to not show this. I'm a big muscular mage that lifts big rocks, or a tiny little inventor mage. I don't know. Just, you know. I like to see Gnome Druid ISAP. Terrible. Terrible! What would they turn into, though? Would Feral be a rabbit shapeshift? I think it's more the argument of living in another character's shoes, or actually RPing your character in a fantasy world in a true RP sense. I love that you are a part of the fantasy and lore. Kinda, yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? When I can only view this through my own personal biased lens. But when I started playing World of Warcraft, I came from Warcraft 2 and Warcraft 3. Taurens were these big warriors that just walked and hoofed through the barrens and through the plains. So playing, I want to see how that feels like, man. I want to play these big beefy bulls that just charge into enemies and fuck shit up, right? And it doesn't feel like I'm a big bull. It just feels like I'm a gnome warrior that just happens to be really big. That's just boring. Like, how is that not boring? But anyway, that's Pandora's box. We're never gonna go back to it. It's over. It's fine. We lost. Now we have everything is everything. Then fine. Then give Magora to all the races. Gnome cat form would be a mouse, lol. Their bear form would be a honey badger. Honey badger, that's good. Covering this topic, I thought it would be fun for a hunter to be able to turn into a banshee, considering they have the hero talent, the Dark Ranger. That's a good point. But I think Dark Ranger is mostly to do with undeath, right? And necromantic magic, right? And banshee magic. That has to do with like that could be a Forsaken thing. Forsaken hunters, undead hunters can turn into a banshees, but regular hunters cannot. Right? But beaver, koala, chimpanzee, bro. When does the new season begin? Probably halfway through August, or the first week of August, more likely. So keys, in a bit. Throw poop for damage and fruits for heals, lol. Main Unholy DK since release, you think they will be saved from the patch? You mean with the reworks? Well, Frost DK is looking really good. Unholy, we don't know yet. Hoping to. For Gnome Druid, all forms are created like in the combat pets, yeah. Battle pets, right? What battle pet shade are you? Farming event. What's a farming event? Why is red bad? Red is not bad, red is boring. Warrior is always the answer. Prot warrior is. I don't know about the other specs though. The Diablo crossover. Oh, right. Oh, okay. Yeah, you guys have fun. Oh shit, these didn't sell at all. So I took a chance with these, but they didn't sell. Actually. Ashes, I don't know if I'm gonna get ashes. Enhance is the only answer. I don't know, but if we're gonna start testing the specs, not a lot of them changed for 11.2, so do we start with the S tiers or do we start with the... I think this is more interesting if we put things into F as well. This will also trigger 80% of the population because they play red. Right, we can start with all of these. Who do we start with, F or S tier? You start from the bottom, work my way up. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. This is retail. I'm up for 10 plus keys, any currency. Yeah, this is retail, yeah, for now. I don't know about plus 12. I'm still, you know, in recovery, so I can probably DPS plus 12s if I'm not that important for the group. red and F will for sure keep the comments flooding it. I'm trying, man, but I don't think I would probably need to test red on the PTR as well, because right now I've played red enough in this tier, in this patch, to know that it's F for me. Skip F. F so you can notice how they're getting better. Get a better grasp, probably. All right, well, let's see the reds. I will need to play it on the PTR too, though. But I don't think the PTR red will change my mind either. Wait, what's with the... Red is not playing Divine Hammer. Didn't they nerf it? Didn't they make it just way more boring again? My ADHD says embrace chaos, choose spin a dial and talk about whatever class it lands on. I think it's more interesting. Yeah, I see what you mean, but we do that like pretty often when oh my god, as soon as I logged into this, the music for Stormwind loaded up. Do you guys hear that shit? How accurate is that? Because I remember the first time I walked into Stormwind, bro. What a moment 20 years ago. Walking into Stormwind and you felt all of that valor, all of that honor, that bravado. That was so cool. Right? What's my situation with red? What can we do? 660 is not too bad. This goes bad in 11.2. I don't know. I think people are saying that it's really strong, no? Not playing Mob Classic? No, not that interested, no. Wait, what? Oh, the keybinds are only for PTR. I need to set the keybinds here as well. Wait a second. For my new so I can... There's only 2 buttons that I'm using here, lol. Q, E, R. Okay, like that. And then... Might. Kick. Probably still gonna have to press these. Like click them. Two-minute divine hammer. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. I was what the okay, yeah. No, this is probably still gonna happen. Until I get used to the keybinds. Why am I here? What am I doing in Stormwind? Okay, I came from Dalaran. I was supposed to go to Dornogal. Don't I have a Hearthstone? I guess now that we're here. This way, right? I don't like Old Orc, fell to vertical. Orgrimmar? Yeah, Orgrimmar was cool too, yeah, but as a Horde fan, Stormwind wins, I'm sorry. Stormwind and then Ironforge and then Orgrimmar. $13 Priory on the DH. I mean, if it's a Resi, I guess it doesn't matter, but I'm only 660, right? And I'm still handicapped a little bit, so we'll see. Let me just get some stuff in order. Do I have some upgrade materials? I think Matt wants to join too. Or Bo's most accurate train station. What if you main rogue? Well, hello there, Whisper. How you doing, man? Long time, dude. Yeah, well, rogue is 8 tier, brother. It's there. I'm afraid to test rogue. I've tested sub and I liked every moment of it. I've done one dungeon on assassination and I was like this close into swapping to it. I'm afraid to check out lot 2 because if that becomes fun too, then I am screwed. Or maybe that just makes it easier to make a decision. Unfortunately, older games Warhammer free. Yeah, I know. But you also like memeingly enough hate dwarves for some reason. After playing Warhammer Fantasy, maybe I'm starting to see why you hate dwarves. Oh, come on, dude. Is this my only myth track item? No. Oh, no, I cannot even be mad. I cannot take pants, bro. Mine are indestructible. Silver Moon, yeah, Silver Moon is very good, man. Silver Moon, like, I cannot wait. Maybe Silver Moon will actually be what's the name? Habitable next expansion when they rework it. Warhammer Fantasy. Well, it's not a game. It's I don't even know what to call it. I've been playing Total War Warhammer, right? That's Warhammer Fantasy as a 40k fan. I come into stream very late, but I'm watching from the start. You could do Unholy DK minion build the entire season. At least you could do something. Yeah, the problem with Unholy is that prior to this rework, it had one of the most build diversities that I've ever seen, even with the problems that it still had. Wait, we could also do the time walking for the heroic item thing, right? I don't know if I need it for the Wait, what do I might need it. Might not need it on this. Oh, veteran helmet. It has a socket. Need to replace the veteran one. Myth track shoulders, hero, chest.
Directive. Bit by bit.
You can just get some like rep stuff. Emissary of War.
Returning to work.
Yeah, I don't know.
Stay productive.
Like this can be replaced with a hero item. A trinket. And that's it. Actually, I don't understand how I don't have more eye level. I barely have any. I'm a Total War historic fan. Warhammer ruined Total War. Ooh. Like I can understand that, but fuck, I like it too much. You want for them to remake Silver Moon? Yeah, true. Silver Moon is the only city I need to use the map to find shit. Bro, but Silver Moon actually feels like a... Weirdly enough, feels like a city. I don't know. Maybe because it's bigger or something. How far can we go? So if I go all the way here, I gain 308 strength. Should be the same, right? 412. Okay, it's time to... Wait, don't I need to like recraft these with 3 more eye levels? I can recraft these, right?
So many possibilities.
I need to do transmute a pouch of weather stones. Okay.
How fare you?
Got it. Get a few more crests from this and flight stones.
Skies and strong winds.
Light stones. I have some dinars that I can spend. Probably gonna have more fun playing prot. I bet anything. I'm not hitting on you for liking Warhammer though. No, that's fine, man. That's how I can totally understand why people fell in love with Warhammer, the historical version. Because I before I went into Warhammer, I always thought, bro, why are they doing this cringy orc dwarf 10,000 version of elves bullshit? Just give me a new historical bit, right? Because I started with medieval, but my brain was too stupid to understand medieval at the time. But I'm too much of a Warhammer fan right now to to ever be mad again. Okay, so Arja said she has a Priory 13. I'm gonna make a group for anybody that wants to join. I'm holding a spot, of course, for Arja and one for Matt. I'm not maining Paladin, no. I'm probably gonna get that question a lot on 30 other specs, so I'm just gonna prepare myself to answer right now. They made it an F tier for SDK, really? Jesus. But it's so fun. Yeah, motherfucker, you converted me. Son of a... Man, these Belgian people, man. Terrible, terrible players. Oh shit, on the Shaman. What the fuck is this? Haven't seen this guy in a while. What the fuck? Whisper! What is up with Frost Decay? I don't know. People are saying that it's F tier, but cannot really take it super seriously just yet. Where's Arja? Arja? Why am I not seeing you online? Oh, you're logging. Alright, cool. Do you think melee is harder than range, or is it just... It's kind of different. We actually had this debate back in Dragonflight where I actually made a video and so many people disagreed and I still think they're wrong. I think normally range is slightly harder than melee, but mostly because I'm a melee brain, so it's easier for me to play melee. Although it used to be, because I've been playing, I think, more ranged in the last couple of seasons than ever before. But they're not too different apart where you can 100% say with certainty that one is harder than the other. It's very contextual. It depends a lot on the season and how the encounter is designed. There can be like this season where encounters have been very much against the melee playstyles. Or you could have it like in season 1 where it was so hard for range, right? It depends. Saying that they're different is way more accurate than saying that one is harder than the other. Yeah, the reason why I personally think melee is a little bit easier than ranged is because you can do your rotation while moving. So repositioning and reacting to things that are going on around you is easier with melee than it is with ranged. However, mechanics that are for melee usually have more room of error because they're so on you that it's like you're already there. You don't have that much time to react like a range does. And the fact that a range has more room to position. So I used this. Where is it? I use this as an argument. But again, this is also still very contextual, so people don't lose your shit about it. Do I not have a circle? Is this a brush? Right? Let's say this is the encounter space. Oh shit, this is terrible. This is the encounter space. Fuck, this is terrible. Right? This is where the target is. What the... Bro, I'm trolling right now. This is where the target is, right? Right? This is your melee player. Bro, what the fuck, dude? Just brush. Right, whatever. And this is your range player. Right here, right? In order to hit this target, the melee player can only really be in this area right here. Right? In order to hit this target. The range player can be all around here. So range players have more freedom of positioning, dodgy mechanics than melee, while melee positioning is stricter. If with melee you have to go here for some reason, you're doing no damage. With range you can do damage anywhere here. The other side of the coin is that melee, as long as they're here, they can keep moving and deal damage. While for range, 99% of the time, wherever they move, they will not do damage. So there's too many sides, too many coins to, you know, have a concrete argument about everything. Oh, swear, I wasn't actually showing this on stream, Jesus Christ. To know 100% sure, right? Abstract artist want this. Yeah, exactly. Yo, Percy, how about you come and tank, man? Motherfucker, you are a big blood decay. I don't want to take pugs. Come and tank. Bitch. Boob. Haha, that's true, that's a boob! There are a lot of also range classes that have a lot of abilities that can be used on the move. A paint emote. You'll need to piss your Marcelian on that. What's a Wacom? What is that? Okay, do we just pug? I feel bad for pugs because they don't know what they're getting themselves into. Who cares about route, man? It's fine. We're so geared that we're being crazy right now. You know, I'm just gonna bump all my gear. Fuck it. Dude. So many flight stones necessary. What does Red want as trinkets? Pacemaker and what do I buy as Red? Oh, graphics tablet. Alright, fair. That's fine, man. I never got into your face ever, man. What do you mean? Don't make me sound like an asshole. House of Cards, is that what Red wants? But that's only heroic. I have a Flystone's costumes? Really?
Keep it real.
Alright, there you go. Yeah, that's true. I missed that for some reason.
Well, spit it out.
What up, Tag? How's it going, man? House of Cards biz. But I heard like I is only good in raids, no? Pala Red main, definitely House of Cards. Yeah, well, everybody's a Pala Red main nowadays, man. But we can fact check this. Plus House of Cards, baby. 37% of the time. Do I want to use that? What does Prot use? Oh, really? Tome. Well, I have the Pacemaker. What does Holy use? Do I care about what Holy uses? Eesh. How badly do I want that House of Cards?
What's shaking? Catch you on the flip side.
Okay. All right, we're waiting for Percy to tank, and we take a Pug Healer. We have Bloodlust, so I guess we can say whatever. Oh shit, I cannot do it. Oh, no, that's fine. We could take a Priest or a Druid. I guess a Priest would probably be better. Let's take this guy. Let's try House of Cards if you can get that Mythrax Signet. Priory? Yeah, Mythrax Signet can still drop from the vault, so I'm gonna get House of Cards, it's fine. Oh, Jesus Christ. So that's my Wake of Ashes. Should probably put that there. Hey, Tag, thank you for the 3 months, buddy, appreciate it. Wait, I actually have a portal. I don't understand why so many play Red Paladin. It's not that hard to understand. It's a simple spec to play, and it's very strong for how complex it is. In a world where WoW has become so over designed with so many thank you for the summons, with so many intricacies to playstyles, to gearing, to encounter design, playing a spec that's relatively simple that you don't have to think too hard about, so that frees up your brain to do a lot of other stuff. Makes perfect sense. Before, Red was the most played spec in the game. BM Hunter hold that spot, which, you know, would say the same thing, despite sometimes BM Hunter not being that good. While Red is consistently good across the board. Yeah, I don't know why we keep ending up in Priory, Percy. It's weird. I don't know. Guess I don't have food. What up, Nashness? Asymmetric it over heroic House of Cards, 50k DPS loss. 50k, bro, 50k is nothing. Fuck that, bro. 50k when you do 4 million overall. Come on, bro. Come on, dude. Oh, a stat squish for midnight. Yeah, we're gonna get a stat squish. They said it. They said it during Dragonflight that the stat squish is gonna come in midnight. I have such a dumb question. I need your help. Why is Pacemaker a good trinket for bear tank, but crit is the worst stat on bear? Probably because of damage, I guess. Would be my guess. It's probably because Pacemaker is an easy source of crit, while because the stat is the worst for a spec doesn't mean the stat is a DPS loss. So when you gear with every other stat except crit, because apparently crit is bad, that doesn't mean that crit is just a stat that you want to avoid 100% of the time, because every stat has diminishing returns. So since you avoid crit all of the time, crit actually becomes probably one of the best. Oh, thank you. Probably the best sources of damage, or one of the best stats to get because you have none of it. So it gains more value. Says repelled in main, that's your spec easy, they get so mad. Yeah, that's fine, but listen, you have to accept it, man. Ready? You just have to be mature about it and accept it. Sure, it's simple, that's why I like it. I mean, BM and Balance Druid are simple, and that's why I like playing those specs. But red is simple in a way that's a little bit unfun, to be fair. I mean, it still has a degree of fun, but I think it just gets boring for me, personally. Okay, let's see how I can play these. Oh, brother. Oof. Okay, you probably want to stop now, because we pulled so many. Uh-oh. Okay.
Wish you had lasted a little longer.
We got to disrupting shouts. If it's Resi, we can try again, right? So when you pull here, Percy, you want to do one of two things. Either pull 2 knights, or pull 1 knight and Suleiman. Whichever one you do, that's fine. 2 knights is simpler. You don't need to know any specific stuff. But if you pull all 3, it becomes very difficult to heal, I would guess. It's the hardest thing to do. Yeah, I was sitting because my oh shit, the healer's gone. All right, that's fine. Reset all instances. My freedom is not bound. I cannot properly use all of my keybinds just yet. I'll just put Resi here. What are the boomy changes in PTR? I think it only has to do with the tier set. The tier set is just really fun for boomy. I have a cigar for brew. Oh shit. Yeah, because that's my key. Yeah, pull smaller. It's fine. Fine. Blood Decay gives no fuck. Blood Decay survives everything. I think people are afraid of Resi. I'm gonna take away Resi from the title. I don't think people like Resi keys. %, space chicken dot? What's a space chicken dot? Is Blood Decay a better tank than Druid in Dispatch? I don't think so. It's hard to fill plus 13. Yeah, well, no, not really. Look how they're applying now. I didn't decide. No, I made a tier list. Where is it? Of where my what is this? Jesus. Of where the specs would be. So now I'm just playing through them to see if their positioning changes whatsoever. But I would be surprised if red from F tier makes it all the way to S tier. But I'm giving it a fair chance as with everything. Oh, Bonkin joke. That's fair. Probably the priest seems the more competent out of all of them. Badass soundtrack. What, the Layman of the Highborn? This is badass. This is... Oh, fuck. He has the thing. It's her spring frost. Oh, that's Arja. Ah, that's a cool mod. How long did it take for you to farm this, right? Because you didn't have it when you switched to EU? How long is the farm now? 7 days? Well, just 7 days? Tempting. Personally, I put DK above Druid as tank just from the playstyle. I don't think coming from maining DK again is just how fucking slow they are. But you have grips? For sure. I put red 3 in F, bro. What you got? What you got? What you got? Red is in F. There you go. I'll print screen it and put it all over the place. It's one of the most boring, if not the most boring spec in a game. For me, personally. You don't have to be offended about my opinions, man. That doesn't mean that they're facts. That just means they're opinions. It's okay. You can like other things. That guy got invited thanks to the PI? 100%. I totally forgot Priest has PI. I invited this Priest because he had, or she had, the most amount of dungeons cleared at the highest key level out of everybody. I couldn't give two shits about. As long as we have Battle Res and Bloodlust, I don't really care what the spec is. Enemies for life? Damn it, Tag! Listen, it's all good, buddy. Does it help if I put Prot Paladin into S tier? That's fine, G-Borg. It's yeah, that's massive AoE. That's true. That's very true. Yeah, that I don't care. There are 7 other specs that do more damage than red. Well, actually, I don't even know if there's 7 now. It might be fewer than 7. I saw the proc, I instantly pressed Divine Shield because I knew I was going to take aggro. Okay, I have to admit, it's not that bad, it's not that bad. I can probably bump it up a little bit, but we'll see. This is just the first dungeon. It might be roast into glasses, right? What I like about red has almost nothing to do with its kit. I like it because it's a paladin, kind of. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. I don't have my Hammer of Justice binded. Shouldn't be legal to do this much damage. Ching! Okay, maybe I was too harsh on it. Such a stupid spec. Oh my god, if I had 680. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, why am I pressing Look at that, immune to thunderclap. What a stupid spec, bro. I fucking love it. I take it back. This is stupid. It's just such a stupid spec. Oh my god, you immune thunderclap with freedom. Holy shit. This shaman has no idea what just happened. Oh, why am I not dead? Because I dropped like a fly when swatted by any mechanic. You're welcome. Why am I the only one that's dodging the lunges? Look at these. These two fools have been hit by every single lunge. No, I have the hammers. There's a lot of casters. Oh, here we go. Yeah, red specs. Red is very satisfying to play, man. Like, the only real problem that I have with the spec is its simplicity. And it would be fine if it was just like a seasonal thing. Oh, this season red is just simple because the tier set is just degenerate. That's fine, but it's not the case. That's kind of like the playstyle always now. Oh, I'm fucking getting pelted, dude. Oh my god, I'm killing myself. There's a reason why I love that. Yeah, no, I agree, I agree. It's like, I don't have anything against it. It's just that it's no longer a spec for me. My problem is that when they're designing a spec way outside of their original scope, which is, you know, red was never supposed to be this simple. It wasn't supposed to be like an uber complicated spec, but it never really was supposed to be simple. And because they turned it into this is just simple and nothing else, it killed me as an enjoyer of it. Maybe that's what we need to have in order to have more people being able to play the game, but that just means that the class that you like might be next in line to become a class that you might not ever enjoy to play anymore. And I don't know if that's fair. Oh my god. Oh my god, 3 cats on the hero. Hero's dead. Ooh, he isn't dead. Am I using my trinket? Nope. My trinket isn't bound. I have to manually press it now. Oh, look at the damage difference, lol. Trinket very good, yes. Very much damage. I haven't used the trinket at all. Well, listen, so we learn every day. Oof. I use Divine Storm here, right? Because they share HP, right? Hammers. Listen, I mean, I cannot judge it too harshly. If I like spamming Rain of Fire on my Distro Warlock because I'm a maniac, then I should be fine with spamming this shit on Red Paladin. Yeah, I can use that keybind.
Dalecry was an Arathid hero. How could the trials force him to turn against Havelform?
But it's Wake of Ashes. Yeah, normally I have that too, because I have a macro that uses my trinket, but I must have changed the macro somehow. Because obviously it's not casting my trinket. So I have to manually click on it, like a peasant. Ooh, buddy. I think I pressed my thing too early. Hey, what up, Kane? It's going, man. It's the first iteration. We are currently debating if red is going to be F tier or not. Ooh, this is big. Big. We has cooldown soon, very soon. Big cooldowns. Kick this. No kick. No cooldown. Okay, I'm gonna pop my bubble. One. Did I not kick? Yeah, I don't have the bubble. I was gonna say I can take the big soak solo, but I don't have the bubble anymore. I'll have it in a minute. I don't know if you know how to do it, Percy. SDK, because you have to do it in a certain way. And you can solo soak the big one with AMS. Might be harder for blood because the boss will eat your AMS a little bit quicker. I have nothing, no defenses for this. I see. Maybe it wasn't needed. Nope, gonna die. The Flash heals kick. When will Season 3 be released? Beginning of August, we expect.
She has always preached of the strength of the Emperor's will, but to turn it against us is madness.
rotation as well. Got him. Rotation looks wild. Basically a D2 hammered in who can hit stuff while mounted. It's what Paladin does. Imagine if they actually added mount to combat back. Ah, the co-op on Rider the Apocalypse was so hard. Okay, that guy is over. Oh shit, downtime. What is this? Yeah, I think we can move on to the next pack. All that's missing from here is the trinket. Ah, my sacks are so slow. No, 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 no. That's what I want. I taunted it. Old habit. Jesus, Jesus! Yeah, boss, if we have a hope of finishing this in time. Problem is when these guys will detonate, right? Okay, this is gonna hurt. Yep. Nobody gave a fuck, bro. People just kept hitting the mobs, man. First time in Priory? Yeah. I had no defenses for that particular death. I can get res though. Any desire to pick up the DH dispatch? Not really, no. No, it was a front runner for Song. Yeah, but it was a front runner, assuming that it was gonna play the way it did on the PTR. Oh, brother. Jesus, bro. Yeah, can I hit it? What did I take damage from? Well, inner fire, 2 million each. Of course, he can probably last indefinitely against her. Fuck, his HP didn't even move. Ooh. Any desire? Oh no, I just read that. Oh, come on, bro, dude. Are you fucking serious? Are you serious? Jesus Christ, dude. Where's the report button? Report player. Gameplay sabotage. Perfect. We wiped at the last boss once and left. Fuck out, bro. Man, what an asshole, bro. Dude, it was like that the last boss. And he died because he fucked up. As a healer, you know that when the footmen die, you do an explosion. And whenever she was casting the 3, 2, 1 look away thing, you know that that's gonna be a big damage. How do you not know and plan for this? This is a 13. I knew that. Yeah, I cannot wait for the lever penalty. Like, bro, I get it. We wipe at the first pack. It's a resilient key. He goes away. That's fine, bro. Because it's first pack. I mean, that's still shitty, but we do the whole dungeon. We failed the timer by like a little bit. Who cares, man? Stay for the boss. Video and audio are desynced. Oh, we can lower the key, man. I think Arja, if Arja wants, we can lower the key. Or we can do my 8. Or if we have another 10. We don't need to do 13s. That was just... We just did it because it was a resilient. And it wouldn't matter if we fucked it up. Man. Oh my god, everybody rage quits. Ah, oh, Jesus Christ, bro. Alright. Well, I'm gonna do my 8. What is it? Cinder Brew? Alright, if anybody wants to join for a ratty 8, let's go. Was it Transmog on Paladin? I think it's Wrath of the Lich King gear. Savage Gladiator Scaled Shoulders. Is this like Wrath PvP? Like a bunch of those. And like a simple Transmog, I don't know. Yeah, I like the simple transmogs, the you know, the low fantasy ones. What level add-on are you using? This one is better character panel, I think. The one here. Yeah, normally on the PTR too, but the red doesn't have a lot of changes on the PTR outside of the raw tier set. Which, that's fine, but I don't want to play a spec because of the tier set. I did that before, that's a guaranteed get bored in 2 months. So I'd rather play a spec because functionally it's really good. On its own. It stands on its own 2 feet, rather. Not entirely sure with the lever penalty. I think if you just leave an active group, you get the debuff, right? By the way, does anybody want to join? If not, we're just gonna fill in with the pugs. I'm deliberately not inviting anybody in case you guys wanna hop in. People will just fake DC. I think it applies for DC too. That's a good question. I don't know. What do you do if you do get DC'd? Is it your fault? But if you don't get DC'd, because do we accept people faking DC? Because I can Alt F4, right? And not get a penalty, so you can game the system. I think you just get a penalty either way. And we just say accept the fact that sometimes if you get DC, you'll get that, because I feel like that happens way less than people actually leaving deliberately. He's joining like 20 minutes. You go ahead for now. I appreciate it. Oh, Paris, if you want to do the 8, man, you're still welcome to join if you want to hop in the 8. When do you think Void DH will be released? I like it that people just automatically accept that it's a given. It's no longer a speculation. If they have it in plan, I hope it's gonna be halfway through season 3. 11.2.5, something like that. Alright, Percy, no worries. Ready for some sugar? Always, man. What's up, Peter? What are you joining as? Are you tanking? No way you're tanking, bro. You'd have to give it a timer. Yeah, you say that because you're just trying to minimize the margin of error. But what if somebody gets a DC because there's a power outage? That timer doesn't mean anything, right? Is that still not a DC? Ah, wait. Do I have you on my list? Did you apply to the group? Where are you at? Red Schmet. Oh shit, you are actually tanking. Oh, get the fuck out. Oh, look at the fucking trap. Boy fucking wrecking it, dude. Oh, I remember what the whole transmog was about. I actually I marked this for a video, but my actual transmog was different. This was my actual transmog. Can anybody guess what character I am cosplaying as? 100 points if you can guess it, because it's not very obvious, because these were just the best pieces that I found. Haha, Hades got it, man. Yeah, Peter got it too. Was a little bit slow. Darius, it's Darius, guys. Guts? No, Guts would have a sword, no? And I don't know if Guts, I don't remember Guts using a cape. If I would be Gut, I would need to look a little bit at Guts, though. It would have to be like a massive great sword, no? What would Guts' sword be? It cannot be like a flashy one, right? But this, I think this is way too flashy. you meant Darius? Yeah. From the cinematic, clearly, because in the game I think he has like longer hair, right? Here we. Oh shit, Arja on the shaman. How about this? All right, we can fill in with nerds. Armageddon, you think that would be good? My basketball and hope. Oh, there it says that. I don't know all of the skins in League. I'm old school, bro. I'm old school. Haven't played in years. Okay, what do we get? We have Bloodlust. Wait, are you DPSing or healing? You're elemental? Woo. So are you DPSing or healing? Because you're a DPS, I need to know what I'm inviting. Healing, okay. We get... bro, I'm curious about this Warlock, dude. Get a Warlock in, dude. An Evoker too? Fuck yeah, let's get that Evoker, man. Oh, Jennifer guys, Space for Arms. Oh my god, I just saw it now. Oh yeah, well, I mean, just I don't want a specific spec. I don't care. Just doing whatever. I mean, it would be nice to have a Bloodlust, but that's about it. But even that on a +8, I don't think it matters that much. I don't know, Lust at first pull, then Lust on every other boss. Last helps you keep us alive also, by the way. But I guess you might not feel that in a +8. Oh shit, these are... What the fuck is going... Oh my god, Peter, you bitch! Mom! Peter's doing mean things again in the dungeon. Big DM's one of the best skins in my opinion. Oh my god, Peter, you fucking troll. Oh, okay. Ah, okay. Yeah, it's a funny skin. Darius skin. I got the basketball Asmodan skin from Heroes of the Storm. That's the best. That's the dunk. That's the actual dunk, by the way. Also an actual dunk hero. Why isn't my Wake Up Ashes doing things? There we go. Fixed. Bring back Hots, bro. They would have to revamp it a little bit, but that has so much potential. Oh, wow, head. Demon Hunter shit? Oh my god, I need to see that. I need to see that after this. Remind me after this dungeon tag. Dude.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
How you're doing? Well, I'm doing well, yeah. Some people think Shadow Priest is beyond broken 11.2. Anything about that and why? People over-exaggerating. It's overtuned, but that's not anything new. People are seeing PTR for the first time and losing their shit. It's fine. It's gonna get tuned. It's gonna be fine. I just hope it won't be nerfed, because usually specs that are overperforming on the PTR, they have a history of being turbo dunked on by the time they get to live. A lot of specs that had potential to be like bangers became the bottom of the barrel once live servers were up, and that was only because on the PTR they were so strong, and either the devs didn't know how strong they were, or they, as the players, knee-jerked reacted to the strength and then completely destroyed them. That happened to a bunch of mains that I wanted to play. Fire Mage in the Season 1 was one of them, where it was very strong on the PTR. It got nerfed until on the live servers I released, it had tank level damage in single target. Literally the worst single target DPS in the game, and not just the worst, because, you know, one of them is always going to be the worst, but too low to even be funny, and tanks didn't have that much damage. So yeah, that's the stuff. Imagine Monkey Tearset not getting balanced and making it to live. That would never happen, right? That's, if it happens, it's like a once in an expansion type mistake. Listen guys, you can always trust your content creators. There has rarely been a spec that was broken on the PTR and the devs didn't hammer it down. And if there was, then I will retract my previous statement. As far as I know, I don't remember such a thing being the case. I don't think the wings do the Darius transmog any favor, to be honest. Yo, Pater, can we go to the B boss after this in case we have Bloodlust? Maybe it's probably better to use it at the B boss, right? With a Pug group. It's kind of like the only boss we can really wipe on. I guess you can wipe on Ipa as well, but I'm assuming people are fine with that, right? Oh, fuck, bro. Holding a little bit because I casted my execution sentence when it transitions, so I wanted to sync my cooldowns again. Do you think that the Tinker class is never gonna happen? I don't know, bro. I have no idea why they don't consider it a little bit more. I feel like it's such an easy slam dunk, but obviously I'm biased, so that as a biased person, that's 100% what I would say, right? Farmer Ziggs? Ziggs has a farmer mog? Oh, it's mog, Jesus, skin. What are your thoughts on maining Enhanced Shaman the upcoming season? Really tempted just because of the tier set? Go for it, man. Like, I don't have any other stronger thoughts than if you like it, go for it. If you're expecting like some insight onto its performance and potential meta status, then that's come to the wrong place, brother. But listen, if you like cringe takes and weird deaths in content that I can blame on my hand for a few more weeks, then you've come to the right place. Welcome to Marcelian Online. Like the stream if you like it. Would appreciate it. If you're on Twitch, you can also follow. That's great too. Appreciate that too. And if you want to see me mauled and rage like a boomer, tell me that Prot Warrior needs to be a slower spec. That's basically it. It's easy. Or don't, you know, because I still want to have my heart rate in safe. Under safe measure. What? See, I'm stupid. I'm too stupid, guys. This Brett's class is taking too much of my brain, and I cannot really think properly within safe parameters. That's, bro. I'm fucking. I either am autistic or ADHD hard. That would explain so much. Vigor, I will get you banned. Motherfucker. Anybody that thinks Pro Warrior should be a slow class hasn't played Pro Warrior. Or maybe you have. Maybe you're just old. Like me. Shut up, you trolls. I'm not taking any bait. Fucking asshole. Actually, all of you motherfuckers. I curse you to a lifetime of Torrent Shadow Priest gameplay.
And their anger and frustration just makes their honey spicy. Right, Bang?
Oh shit, we pulled the boss too. Let's fucking go, dude. Bloodlust. Oh no, 20 seconds. Don't bloodlust, it's 20 seconds. Oh, it's a little bit difficult to do the bees, brother. You have to move the boss a little bit because we have the pulse. Oh, what a champ! What a champ! What a champ! What a champ! I think I'm the only one doing the barrels, man. I don't think these motherfuckers are touching barrels at all. I cannot do all the barrels alone, bro. I'm also the one that's doing the most damage. Why am I doing the barrels? Are you single targeting it? Yes. What's the penalty for playing the superior class? I mean, if you are fighting a boss and you are struggling to survive because the boss wasn't dying, would you want your best DPS to bork his own DPS just so that you won't die when you could also do it? That's the question. Impressed with the most fun wise on the PTR. I haven't played everything on the PTR. I think it's Frost, DK, and Prot Warrior at the moment for me on the PTR. Prot Warrior probably the most. Just want to dunk on its heart. Get the fuck out, bro. Get the what the fuck? I cannot trust Red Paladin that says, man, I don't want other people to feel bad because I do too much damage. I don't think that's a real Red Paladin take. I think that's a please don't play my class type take, because I want to be the only one that does big damage take, bro. You're not fooling me, man. Damn fucking straight. That's what I mean, man. That's what I fucking mean, dude. Who you think you're fucking fooling, man? If anybody's upset by that, they should just learn to do more damage. My dad's uncle works at Blizzard, he told me. So, you sound like you worked at Blizzard too, man. Did you work at Blizzard too? He went to China! Put it there. Oh. Oh. Why you do this to me, man? Anguro. 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 Ow, 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 ow. Jesus Christ. Goddamn fucking phone. Bro, I've been enjoying my my iPhone, but holy fuck, every time it's ringing, it's kind of like a fucking power plant alarm. Yeah, notice me. Oh my god. Bro, why don't you pull the next dungeon too, man? Pull all of the dungeons at the same time, man. 100%. I love it, though. I have nothing for those. This guy's gonna get fucking in charge of nothing. Ochiskinasai, Kohai-kun. I can do the weebs too, bro. I was born in the weebs, molded by it. While you were still in your mama's diapers. What the fuck? This feels terrible. I'm not speaking, I'm speaking anime. I'm weebing. I'm weebing out. Weebing out. Ooh. Ah. Oh. Bro. No, I have the execute sentence here. Ow, 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 ow. God damn it, I'm losing out on damage. Details profile, you can get it, well, you need to download an extra add-on for it, and I guess otherwise you can just create new windows for you and for yourself and just arrange them the way I did. It's nothing special about it. I don't think I've changed anything other than that to it. Uh-oh, no, bad, very bad tank. I need to bind my stun. Well, so far, have you been impressed with the most? Well, I think I just read that. Imagine putting so much time and effort into getting just the right settings for you to play each class with your add-ons, but not lower your notification settings on your iPhone. Shut up, man! What the fuck? That is such a reasonable take. Motherfucker. You got me. Holy shit. I got no comeback. Oh shit. Bro, I don't know what we're fighting. I think we're fighting this one, right? Bro, imagine if we killed all of them at the same time. We kill all of them at the same time. Kill all of them at the same time. Come on! No!
my employees. But now you're dealing with the beast.
Hi there, I come from Taiwan and I love your videos so much, especially the class analysis, which inspire me a lot. Oh shit, man, appreciate it. Glad you like our stuff. We're big in Taiwan, man. Damn, that's pretty cool. Oh shit. Oh. Oh, we get them twos. They come in twos now, bro. No. All of the hammers. Ah! Oh, the 360 no scope. Yo! The assassin tank. Man, the warlock was crushing me in single target. Looks like I have a priory, lol. Lol. Oh. Something for you to read and possibly do on the PTR after this key? Really? What? Havoc rework? Because there's nothing that's gonna take me away from the glory of Red Paladin. Demon Hunter teased in 2.2 psych. Oh shit! Oh, get the fuck out! Oh, Void Elf. Oh, I'm not interested. Oh, fuck Void Elf. I don't give a fuck. Is that why? Is that where the Void form is coming from? Void Elves getting Demon Hunter and that's it? Oh, that's so lame. Oh my god. Oh my god, if the third Demon Hunter spec actually turns out to be just Void Elves getting Demon Hunter and their meta just happens to be Voidy, that would be the lamest fucking shit. I'd rather them just not giving it at all. I know it's a quest. I know it's not confirmed. I know it's a quest, but I just never made that connection before, and now that I made it, I cannot not see it. That would be such a. I feel like that would be such a Blizzard thing to do, to get us hope, to get us hyped and hope for this, and then just deliver this much. Nothing's wrong with Void Elf, and Void Elf should have Demon Hunter. I'm perfectly fine with that, but give us the third spec. Don't make all of this third spec speculation be just just Void Elf's getting Demon Hunter. That would be the worst. Legendary weapon? I don't care about legendary weapons, man. They haven't been able to do legendary weapons, legendary gear in a very long time, and they're giving us the artifact cloak, which is so boring. I just wouldn't care about a legendary weapon. Okay, bro. Okay. Alright, fine. This is a big upgrade, lol. This is such a big upgrade, lol. No, it's not S. No, not even close. But, I mean, I guess it is close, right? This is the closest that it can get to S. Void, ew. But that's cool, man. That would be cool. I think what they probably were hoping, bro, if this is actually what they're working on, can you imagine them at the office being, oh my god, they're gonna love it. Void Elves is gonna get Demon Hunter. That's exactly what the community has been asking for. And then they see everybody's reaction. They're like, oh shit, they think they're getting a third spec. Fuck. They're so not getting a third spec, and they're like panicking at Blizzard HQ because they, oh my god, we need to cook up a third spec or they're going to play Final Fantasy. Holy shit, I can totally see that being the case. This is the timeline. This is the 2 spec Demon Hunter timeline. How is Arms Fury on the PTR? I haven't gotten to it, but I will eventually. This is a fun tier list. This is a main tier list, yeah. No, not perform. No, title of the stream is you know, it's a main, not performance based at all. That is I guess fun, you know, fun is wishful thinking that Demon Hunter is gonna get a third spec. I mean, I guess, sure, Blizzard doesn't care. I feel like that's a very very, bro, why can I not think today? Not incomplete. That's a very reductive point of view that you can look at. It's not about them caring. Nobody really cares, really. Come on, let's be honest. Dude, think about it this way. If you think you care about other people, your closest people are doing really well in life, let's just say. People's ability to care about others is very selective. I'm not saying that people don't care about other people. That would be a very grim, nihilistic take on the world. But nobody really cares about other people unless it's convenient and they don't have anything rougher to go on in life. If your like wife or kid gets giga sick right now, your concern sphere tightens so much it's unreal. Now, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be, you know, courteous and have dignity towards each other. That's not what I'm saying. But when you say Blizzard doesn't care, we're running on the premise that there are these companies that magically care about their consumers. Nobody gives a fuck about any consumers, right? They don't care about us being happy. They care about us buying the game, which comes as a package deal with us being happy sometimes, right? So it's not like Blizzard doesn't want to make money all of a sudden. Oh my god, we don't care if the players like the game or not. That's not true. That's not true, because if we don't like the game, we don't play the game. So, and they want us to play the game. There's no reason why they don't. I guess we just don't want to make any money this year. Fuck that. Fuck the players and fuck them. We will just eat crackers and warm water. That's all we're gonna do. Not like nobody thinks like that. So you cannot really say Blizzard doesn't care. They don't, but that's not the point. The point is that their priority system is very different, and what I'm mostly afraid of is not them not caring, but rather them thinking that something other than what everybody else considers fun is fun. So the way that they think, oh, I think it would be way more fun if Mythic Plus could kill everybody in like 1 second with every mechanic like it was in Season 1. I think the players will like it with, as a tank, they can die in 2 seconds and there's nothing they can do about it because it's all in the hands of the healers. But hey, if the healer doesn't actually press his or her buttons properly, they're gonna die too. Players are gonna love that. That's really what I'm concerned about, right? I'm a little bit exaggerating for the point of comedy, but that is really what I'm saying right now. It's not about them caring or not. It's about them having a skewed perception about what is actually fun, because either they don't play the game or they play the game in an echo chamber, thinking that only people that play the way that they do will consider the game fun, aka the Season 1 changes to Mythic Plus, which are clearly made by devs who really push high keys and have no idea what the regular player does or what the struggles of a regular player is, because they just play in their own little bubbles. That's what really I'm afraid of. The priority money, make it fun for enough people. Yeah, but that's the priority of most gaming companies. Most of them, not all. Some of them probably prioritize, like it's very hard for me to think that CD Projekt Red was concerned more about money than making a good game when they made Witcher 3, considering that they made the whole game for a measly baseline, what is it, barely AAA priced, and you get the 2 expansions and so much content and patches over years, and it still has like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of gameplay, and they never tax you for microtransactions or anything like that. So it's hard for me to think that they don't care about the gamers. So yes, counter argument is that there are some gaming companies that supposedly care more about making a cool game than just grabbing all the money, and Blizzard could be that, and arguably Blizzard was that up until a point, but most companies care about making money or not. The thing is, the problem is not 100% of the companies, the problem is 100% of the consumer. If you buy a game, if you pay extra money on a shit game, you're incentivizing that culture where companies can get away with making a shit game just because there's enough people buying it. Same goes with microtransactions. If you purchase store mounts and store transmogs and still pay for the full subscription and still buy everything that the Blizzard releases, then they're gonna keep doing it, and they're gonna keep prioritizing that over, you know, hiring extra QA team to fix bugs and issues when it comes to PTR patches, way more than designing. They will kill about that way less than designing, you know, the next store mount. Yeah, that's a priority. It's not necessarily a bad priority to have if the WoW players would only pay when WoW is good. If the WoW players would only pay when WoW is good, then Blizzard caring about money would more than anything would be them caring about the game being good. But players don't buy WoW stuff when WoW is good. The players, they just buy WoW stuff all the time. There's other MMOs, bro. There are no other MMOs. Like Final Fantasy is a very good MMO, but it's so vastly different than WoW that it doesn't really cover the same niche. Like the same, like the crossover between Final Fantasy and WoW is relatively small. It's maybe bigger than other games, but I would be surprised if it's like the biggest. I think WoW players that play WoW play other games more than they play Final Fantasy. Although Final Fantasy might be the biggest overlap, maybe, but it still wouldn't be a big enough overlap where if WoW died tomorrow, every WoW player would turn to Final Fantasy. I would be surprised. I don't think half of the players that play WoW would transition to Final Fantasy if WoW tomorrow died. So I don't think there's that big of an overlap, and that's the closest MMO that we have to WoW in terms of competitiveness. Any other MMO is even less of a discussion. So I don't necessarily think that there are other MMOs out there when it comes to putting them all in the bucket of WoW. WoW is just way too big, and for all the shit we give it, it's a really good game, and I don't think it has a fair competition. Not a big crossover? Yeah, no. So from my friends that play WoW, you're the only person that plays Final Fantasy in my friends list, Matt. So I would say that it's not a big crossover. I have friends that play a lot of other types of games. None of them play Final Fantasy. I Reddit FF a lot. Sure. Okay. How many of our guildies would you I mean I don't know the stats, of course, but I would be surprised if there's a lot of Final Fantasy players in our guild. I'm sure there's some, but I'd be surprised if there's a lot of them. It became too big and became a villain that's run by PR people. Bro, that's such a naive look at things, man. That's assuming that every other company is the saint or angel, but that's just how the world works, bro. Things that make money survive, whether you like to admit it or not. Sure, you can focus on a product and a service for a while and it's likely gonna survive, but how many companies that are putting the product and service first can you name versus how many companies that put profit first can you name? Oh shit, Mr. GM with the 185 raid. What up, everybody? How's it going? Hello, welcome to the Pick a Mainstream. How's everybody doing today? How's PTR testing, man? I've been seeing Big Dan on the PTR logging in occasionally when I'm there as well. I think Final Fantasy has a weeb feeling and a lot of older games get scared of that. Probably, like, I'm not saying that I'm not saying Final Fantasy doesn't have a big player base. I'm not saying Final Fantasy is not a good game. Obviously, it's good. The numbers stand to prove it. I'm just saying that the crossover with WoW players is not as big as people might make it think. And I'm only inferring that from the number of people that I've met over the years that play WoW that don't play Final Fantasy. It's always the echo chamber bias that you might have, because if you like Final Fantasy and WoW, you're more likely to associate yourself with players that like Final Fantasy and WoW, and that might skew your bias into thinking that there's a lot of WoW players that also play Final Fantasy. Or I could be wrong, but this is just my impression. Got normal mode done. Wait, on the raid? Oh, is it the raid? How did you like it, if that was a raid? I'm not gonna get into which one is better between WoW and Final Fantasy. I think they're way too different, and I think both do different things better than the other one. I don't care who's better. My whole point was that the crossover is not as big as people like to think in the discussion of, there are other MMOs that can give WoW a run for its money. Like if WoW died today, I wouldn't play Final Fantasy. I would play 100 other games before I play Final Fantasy, and I kind of like the concept of Final Fantasy, but it's just not that for me. It's just not that game for me. It's a big of a difference between the gameplay wise. Maybe some people would argue it depends on what you consider different gameplay. Some people would say that the art style is too different from WoW, and the keyword here is different. It's not better or worse. It's just different. The new raid, loved it. Oh shit, man. Okay, cool. Getting excited, man. Getting excited. Just a bit too much trash and walking in the new raid. Would they put like some skips and stuff more often so that you don't have to do that a lot? Final Fantasy 14, the devs told the community don't create content because costs. Oh, fair enough. Bro, I have giga respect for Final Fantasy 14 mods. Not mods, Jesus, devs, and their attitude towards designing the game. And whenever... was Yoshi P always at the helm? I know that at one point, because I don't know the details, maybe you Final Fantasy nerds know this better, but I know that at one point Final Fantasy reached a really low point. It was super shit, and then they just completely changed the formula. They revised the whole game, and they went on this whole PR thing. Oh, we're sorry for how the game is, and they gave back to the players somehow. I don't know if the game was free or a free subscription or whatever it was, but I know they did this. They did this big thing, big super positive thing back to the community, which is something that I would never think Blizzard would ever do. So that kind of stuff gained a lot of respect from me for the devs. I took over and they rebooted. Oh, he took over the reboot. He's the one that revived it. Yeah. Okay, so that's the thing that I will always respect the Final Fantasy 14 devs for, or at least Yoshi P. And I don't know how much was him and the entire team, because normally you only hear about the guy at the top, but it's not just that guy at the top, right? It's the whole team that a lot of the time just goes unheard of. Oh, he stepped down? Oh, okay. Man, the guy was a menace. He came at the conventions cosplaying the new classes and shit. Do you still play that SG in the back? What is SG? Oh, you mean the guitar. The fact that I didn't know what SG is probably answers your question. I want to get back into it, but right now I'm a little bit stuck. The music guy in Final Fantasy used 14 years ago. Yeah, we had a couple of sponsorships on Final Fantasy 14, and for that I played it, and I can see myself liking the game. Is just too time consuming. If I had infinite time, I would probably play it as well, but I just don't have the time because I know what an MMO takes. I'm not a big fan of how Final Fantasy 14 does classes. That's not that interesting to me, but that's not a big deterrent for me not to ever play the game. I would very much be engrossed in the story, because everybody obviously praise it for the story, and I would play it for that, but it just requires so much time that I just don't have at the moment. I don't know if I'll ever do. They halted subscriptions, gave those playing free game time, and then shut the 1.0 down and rebuild it from scratch. Yoshida came in late 1.0 and tried to fix it, but couldn't. Whatever happened, man. Listen, I like part of my gripe with Blizzard, and I said this before with the devs, with the WoW team, is that they are very reluctant in taking accountability properly. They're doing this snaky little accountabilities, like, oh, we kind of like how it is, but we know we could do better. Which that's fair, that's true, but that's so hard to soak in, because when they fuck up majorly, they should just say, oh yeah, we fucked up. Sorry. That's it. No sugar coated, no sandwich, the compliment into like some positive. No, fuck that, man. Shadowlands was a flop. Everybody knows that. Warlords of Draenor was a flop. Everybody knows that. Just like when Ian came out and said, I think it was on a Taliesin was it a Taliesin interview? I think so. When he said sorry about Shadowlands, that for me was like fucking A. Yes, thank you. And I think they would garner a lot more sympathy from players if they just stop their PR lawyer speak and just talk to us like we're humans. But then again, it's at the end of the day, it's is it that important? Just give us a good game and nobody would care. You know what time mob pre-patch is supposed to go live? I have no idea. I have almost zero interest in mob pre-patch, man. But hope you have fun. Single hero can be every class. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, I mean, it's cool. It's an interesting concept. Sure, you don't have to level all over again. But if I'm playing an RPG, I'm assuming that my character is, because it's another one of those. Oh, you can be everything, unless there are like class or jobs restrictions between the races that you pick. I don't know if that's the case for Final Fantasy. But when everything is available, my choices don't matter anymore, I feel. You have to level every single job separately? I guess. I mean, what's the difference between doing that on separate characters? But, well, maybe not, because the one character is still different because it's still under one character, right? I like Shadowlands. You cannot even spell Shadowlands properly, bro. Listen, that's fine. I'm not bashing on anybody that likes Shadowlands. That you're fine to like it and you're not wrong to like it. But objectively speaking, it was a flop. Like, even if you liked it, you have to admit that it was a flop. People criticized it a lot. There was a lot of stuff wrong with it. A lot of people stopped playing the game because of the expansion, but also because of the scandal. So, you know. Yoshi P is a big WoW fan. Oh, shit. Interesting. It's hard, man. WoW was so big. WoW was a cultural phenomenon. Like, to have a player base of, like, what, 11 million players in 2008? That was, what, maybe half of the global player base? Like, gaming wasn't as big then as it is now. Everybody knew about WoW. Bro, my parents that hated Warcraft and criticized me a lot as a kid for playing WoW all day knew about the goddamn game, obviously, because I was playing it, right? Job changing is just a Final Fantasy thing. Yeah, that's fine. It's like I said, it's not a big deterrent, and if I ever had to play the game, I wouldn't care that much about it. But it is an aspect. Make Covenant great again. What hot steamy takes, bro? Legion better than Wrath of the Lich King? Yes, I agree too. But it's not fair to compare them because they're 8 years apart or something. They didn't, because part of the reason why Legion I think was better than Wrath of the Lich King was because of class design, class order halls, class campaigns, the world, the raids, artifact weapons, Suramar, which are something that would have been almost impossible to make in Wrath of the Lich King, even if they had the devs. So it's not really that fair to compare Wrath with Legion. I do think that Legion is a better expansion, but normally that's how it's supposed to be, right? Arguably, Arthas and the Burning Legion are almost equal in terms of how big and impactful they are on the lore. It's easier to relate to Arthas and to care about Arthas more because that's just one person, while the Burning Legion is an entity. So it's not wrong to like Wrath more than Legion, but game-wise, I feel like it was better. But then again, you know, I could also be just Legion biased. Oh shit! People are asking me. So wait, am I not censored? I'm not censored on the camera. People are asking me too many questions about my guitar, and I feel bad for not being able to answer them. It's a cheap guitar, man. It's the cheapest electric guitar you can buy. I wish it would be something cool that I can brag about, but it's my little cheap guitar. Wrath was only good because of the Scourge and Northrend, that's it. And Wrath. No, Wrath had a lot of things good, man. I feel like it was the first expansion to introduce a hero class, not just hero class, the Death Knight. Wasn't it the first expansion that actually introduced a really good story and had campaign cinematics like the Wrathgate stuff? I think it was leagues above TBC in terms of storytelling, in terms of the pacing of the expansion and the raids, for sure. And I don't know if Cataclysm holds a candle to Wrath in that regard, which is the expansion that came after. I don't think, as much as I think Mop was an amazing expansion, I don't know if Mop does that either. Mostly because people cared about Arthas, Death Knights, and the Lich King way more than they cared about Pandarans, clearly. Guitar is a guitar. Yeah. It's, you know, it's fun hobby. Aside from Nax, revisit, I love the raids in the expansion. Yeah. I mean, Ulduar was praised to be one of the best raids in the world, right? In the World of Warcraft. DK story was, yeah, the DK story was really good. You started out as a bad guy, man. DK does very well with magic damage, that's true. Miss Offender was an awesome expansion. It was. I didn't play when it was live content, so I don't have that fresh opinion, but I did play the remix and I actually did all of the quests. I think I almost did all of the reputations. I didn't do some of the zones because I just didn't have the time, but the ones that I did were really, really, really fun. I would have definitely enjoyed them all. Plus, I'm a fan of Asian culture. An Asian fantasy. Or I guess maybe that's Chinese fantasy that they did a mob. You got your friend hooked in on retail. That's good. That's good. We need more of that. Until when do we have time to decide your? Until when do I have time to decide my new main? It's a good question. If the patch lands on the 4th or 5th, that's when the Turbulent Time Ways ends, right? I don't know if it lands here or here, but I would imagine I would love to be able to decide about a week or two before the patch hits. So maybe end of July. What is that? So maybe like a month, maybe less than a month. Do we even have time to go through all of these? Yeah, I guess that much. Yeah, dailies, but that you can say the same thing about Legion, Uther. At the beginning, people don't remember that you had a very small chance to get your legendary, and then your chance to drop a subsequent legendary was smaller because everybody had like 12 legendaries that they could loot. And there was only really one that was good, and if you looted your 3rd or 4th legendary, that was it. The chances of you looting another one was so astronomically small that you had a better chance of recreating your character, leveling it all up, and doing the whole legendary loot chance again, and have a flip that slot machine coin or whatever to get the legendary again. So that and the artifact power progression path that made it impossible for you to not only play other alts but other specs in your class as well. Remember that you needed to put all of your artifact power into your weapon, and it only would go into your specs weapon, not your class. So it wouldn't transfer over to your class. You'd have to start your other spec from scratch day one, and it was a lot of artifact power that you needed to put in. I'm still raiding. I wanna raid, but I'll see. Right now, I took a break from raiding. I'll see. I don't know if I'm gonna. I wanna raid. It depends. It depends on what the goals are for next season. Right now, I wanna raid, but I'll decide when the time is right. I couldn't Legion because I couldn't get mine. Never felt so powerless. I don't remember how different the power in the legendaries was at the time, but yeah, it would feel shit. %% chance to reset the cooldown on Divine Storm. Did Divine Storm have a cooldown back then? Jesus. What's your problem with raiding? There were two issues this season. I didn't have the time to raid anymore, and the raid became unfun when I started to lose massive FPS, which doesn't seem like it's gonna get fixed next season. So that's gonna be a big factor into me raiding or not raiding. I'm not gonna raid again at 15 FPS. That's very unfun for me. FPS is much better than the new raid. Oh, thank fucking God. Glad to hear. Wait, never mind. Chifuyu says it's not. It's the opposite. All right. Hopes obliterated. Yeah, but FPS has nothing to do with playing on a US server, right? That's just lag. FPS is a local performance issue. No? Listen, FPS is first and foremost a WoW client issue. Sure, you can fix FPS by getting better drivers, but upgrading your computer to fly to the moon just so that you can drive it around your block is not a solution. Yeah, you can juice your PC up like crazy with like the latest graphics card and processor, or the specific processor that fixes all WoW issues, but that's not really an issue. That's just you going around the problem, spending a gazillion amount of dollars just to fix a problem that the game has with its own design and optimization. So it's a game issue, not a hardware or driver issue. Yeah, and I don't know, Beko, you're a god. I don't know. I've took all of the add-ons out, lowered everything to like 1, and I was running. Bro, I'm running Monster Hunter World, Baldur's Gate 3. Like, they're not bad games. What is an intensive game? Dune Awakening, bro. I ran fucking Dune Awakening with like 0 issues, bro. Don't tell me that I need a better PC for WoW. I don't want to go down that route again. Yeah, Doran. Yeah. I heard about that fabled AM5, whatever processor, whatever. Warriors Biz. In terms of a main, potentially, yeah. Yeah, weak cards don't help the performance. That's true. Yeah, it's you are correct, Ag. You know, it's it's definitely next in line in the upgrades list. I'm not stubborn at all, bro. You don't know what you're talking about. Maybe. From a viewer perspective, it would be really fun if you play tank healer, because so many content creators are DPS. Really? Oh my god, we're so good, because I feel like I only watch tank content creators. But you might be right. Yeah, definitely need to get a CPU upgrade soon. Just hasn't been in the cards yet. Alright, do we go back to Destro Warlock? Do we test the next one? I think Destro Warlock is next, right? Have you tried Quasi's videos? Yep, ever since Dragonflight, yep. It helped me as well, yeah, for sure. Warlock. $13, no. Not on Warlock. My Warlock is poorly geared. I think an 8 on my Warlock is where I'm supposed to be. I have a 5. What's my gear like? 648. I'm not that far below red, but red is more optimized. It's better trinkets and actually good crafted weapon. And also much better spec, lol. Do you have a vault? I do not. Unless somebody has an 8 that they want to share, I will be doing my 5. Let's see. Do I even have... When was the last time I even played Destro? Dude, it might have been a while. What is Destro rocking these days? I've just been playing Affliction and demo, I think. Soulfire? Really? Bunch of Channel Demon Fire. Reign of Chaos. Also, because somebody asked why Warlock in general is on the list, and I didn't really mention a lot about Destro. They had a really cool version of this talent tree in the PTR with a lot of... The capsules were like super broken and super fun. Again, but they doubled down on it and they nerfed them a lot, where now they're just so boring. But maybe I'll change my mind, although I would be surprised. That's just pretty fun. Well, obviously everything is subjective, but... It's such a boring talent node. So why do I want Soulfire? When your direct damage abilities deal a critical strike, they have a chance to reset the cooldown of Soulfire. Reduce the casting of your next Soulfire by 80%. Jesus. Getting the passive havoc. $400k. Not doing as much damage as a Chaos Ball, which I guess it shouldn't, but it does generate a shard. So I'm assuming is this just a pure single target thing, or am I casting this in AoE? Can I bring my mage? Need Crest? Yeah, sure thing. But I'm not able to do very high keys on this guy. I have an 8. Alright, William, let's fucking go, man. Wait, didn't you say you're from Australia? I think we may have a problem here, man. Or am I confusing you with somebody else? Miss Chaos Ball hit like a truck, generally threatening. Yeah, there used to be a time back in BFA, man. My main right now is kind of like Windwalker or Prot Warrior. I've been playing Prot Warrior in keys, pushing with the boys, because I swapped from Brewmaster. I kind of was feeling like I was working too hard on Brewmaster for too little return, and for how much I was playing during the week, I wouldn't have gotten enough hours into Brewmaster where I could actually keep up with my friends. So I kind of felt like I was getting better way too slow, if that makes any sense. Cinderbrew again. I'm making a group for my +5, but if anybody has an 8 that they want to do, just join my key and we can do your key. If not, +5 it is. Just finished school, so looking for a job now. So that's good. I plan on doing a complete new build as a grad present to myself. Ah, that's nice. Giving my wife the current setup that I have. Isn't that joyful? Rewarding yourself for studying. What a guy. What do you think about the new Resto Druids set pieces? Did they change them? I didn't see that. Did Resto Druid tier set change? If it didn't change, then the initial opinions, I don't really remember what they were, so that they might have not have piqued my interest as much. You can drop your key. What's your key? 11 Dark Flame. I mean... Wait, jail key 631. How are you 631, man? Oh, my add-on must be bugged. 674? Fucking man has bet. Oh my god! You have way better gear than me, man. You can get carried now. Hopefully Unholy changes tomorrow. Yeah, that'll be dope, man. See what they can do with Unholy. Out of all tank specs, I like Brewmaster, but feel like putting lot little return, at least in Shenless, where I recall they had ability of slide tank. What? I'm doing my best, James. I don't know what you're trying to say. If you're saying that you put a lot of effort into Brewmaster for not a lot of return, then that's exactly how I felt. Alright, do we have anybody else in chat that wants to join? We're gonna be doing an 8 instead. I guess not. Then we're gonna delist this and use... I don't know if we could do it as a 10 if you want, Arja. I won't be able to carry anybody with my gear, that's for sure. But I don't think I'll do too terribly. Moving characters and goal. Fair. What is it? A Dark Flank left. Do you want to take it to a 10 or an 8? Just so I know how to make the group. Just about to tell you how much I like your tier list, and guys, thank you for the content. Oh shit! What a nice comment. I'm glad you like them. Make it a 10. 10, alright. 10, Dark Flink left. Ladies and gentlemen, Dark Flink left, lol. You are a little bit. Ooh, Rogue. Gazgul, if you have room. If I see you here, I'm inviting you, man. But aren't you on Australia? On the NA realms? I spot a 40k fan. Yeah, I'm afraid we cannot play together, man. We're in different regions. You're on the North American regions or Oceanic regions, and we're on EU. I'm afraid it was not meant to be, William. God damn it. Okay. Looks like Peter dipped as well. So are we getting the Pro Warrior? And the lag might be terrible. Yeah, that's true. Get the Warrior in. We would need a melee DPS really. We have Bloodlust. Oh, red would be nice actually. Talking about all those raids. Red. Wait a minute, Tag. Didn't you say you wanted to join? Oh, dude. This guy has to be on stream. Yo. Yo, what's with these fat red paladins joining a measly 10? Maybe they're doing their weeklies. You have Mega RP Realm. Meanwhile, on US, we got Split Moonguard and Warm Rest. Didn't know that. We have a Mega RP Realm. Hello, 835. How's it going, man? I think we're getting a red, right? Is everybody here? You can come. All right. Wait, is Stoneleaf on in chat? No worries, Peter. All good, man. I have some flight stones. Maybe I can pump some. You're silently listening on YouTube. All right, just tell me, bro. If you would have put a note in chat that you're from stream, I would have instantly got you in.
There is much to be done.
Let's get this weapon up. Champion. I'm getting all of the stuff that no more flight stones, dude.
If needed, I will answer the call.
Oh, where's our boy Tag? TP to Dark Flame. Do we have any main Destro Warlocks in chat? Can you teach me the ways of the Destro this season? I have a couple of questions. What's my main? I guess it's Windwalker officially, but I've been playing Pro Warrior and our push keys, so I don't know if I can still say Windwalker is my main. I have Green Fire. Look at my bars. That red representation is too small. Look at that. 684 red. Jeez. Oh my god. I'm not gonna do anything in this dungeon. Holy fuck. Bro. I'll put my second rate of fire down. Everything's gonna be dead. Could have helped with AF. I've been playing AF. Actually, it's been my most played Warlock spec this season. So, weirdly enough. For the tier sets, it's a good reason. Good reason to main it, man. Was the affix up? Oh, it's these yours, right? Yeah, you forgot about the affix ever since you're doing 12s, huh? Don't I know it? Do I need to guess some for it? I guess I have Shadow Fury. Do I have... I don't have that. Okay, I don't need Havoc. Okay, I think we can do this. With 1.5 hands. Oh, this is not my key.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What should I do to test PTR? Just go into your Battle.net launcher. Where you see the WoW version, just choose the PTR one, install it, copy it, and go in. I don't know what WERT is. Ooh. Oh no, that's bad.
A gift of power.
Man, these goddamn barrels, dude. Finally. How to do this? I guess we just full send. I kinda don't have anything for the boss. Boom, boom, boom. Nice. Oh, hello. Oh, my Rain of Fire. Do you just ignore Rain of Fire here as a Warlock? I guess I could probably do more boss damage. Oh shit. Slow fall. I'm falling down like a princess. Thank you, Jelky. I feel so royal. No. I'm not casting Soulfire unless it's the buffy one, this one. Man, fuck, they're already dead, dude. Yeah, I was molten. I'm your princess. You better catch me, motherfucker. Warlock rework tomorrow. Why? Any particular reason? I get chunked. Mortal coil. Please not me. Please not me. Fuck. Oh, I don't know which button this is. No, it didn't work. Got nothing. Do I just hold for the Inferno? For the barrage, fuck defensive. Oh my god, lazy. Ah, Withered. No, Withered didn't drop. But I'm not tracking it properly. I don't have a cooldown here. Nope. Click. My defensive. I think it's a matter of practice and me being shit geared. They need to reverb that 5M turn ASAP. There's no sauce anymore. Are you in the Council of the Black Harvest Discord? Do you know what they're saying about it? Because the Unholy Discord is losing its marbles, and I'm all for that. For it. It would be great if like more spec communities would do this. Just skip. Do we skip?
This is it. Court of Candlekin. Teach him a lesson.
Why is it on me? What the fuck?
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Oh, you don't want me to be the one that goes into the thing, man. I'm the squishiest guy in the party, bro. Here, we need to get the one in the back.
A gift.
What are my spells hitting for? 2 million Chaos Bolt? 2 million Soulfire? Nah.
But first, the darkness. Dark times you flee. Flee to freedom. We can use big candle card to escape.
At least if I thought 100% buff. 0%. Oh my god, that's tighter. Nah. Yeah. Yeah, that's part of the reason why I'm not simping for Warlock at all. Oh, this was a waste. They started killing demo for me back in the Mirror Drusil. So no! Oh, I got it. Nice. God, they die so quick. God damn it, everything dies so quick, dude. When it comes to F, I just give up. If you by being there for years and still nothing ever changes. You need to do what the Unholies did, bro. Mark my words, changes are coming to Unholy.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Can I see shit? Follow the light. Oh, they're already dead! Let me do something, man! Look at my sad little infernal with nothing to hit. Isn't this a sad little infernal? Why'd you summon me, master? Why are there only corpses? It's not my fault, Mr. Infernal. It's the Prot Warrior's fault. My simplicity better. What do you mean, man? You're crushing it on Pro Warrior. How do you improve Change Havoc to make it more enjoyable to play? The BM treatment thing you mentioned earlier is really true. I was referring to Havoc in the sense that they're taking buttons off your bars. Well, first of all, the simplest and easiest one that anybody can probably agree with is just tune the capstones and playstyles of Havoc to be relatively competitive, and ideally the ones that require more buttons to press be slightly better than the 9 ones, not by a lot, but like by like 1%, where people, or maybe even 5% is fine. The thing is, people just need to get used to it. If you're bad at pressing buttons and you want a simple spec, you can play a passive version of the spec and you're likely going to do more damage. Because if you're bad at pressing buttons, 5% DPS loss is not going to mean anything to you, because you're probably already losing way more by not pressing your buttons properly. So taking the buttons away from your bars will most likely improve your performance. So translating that to red, for instance, what's it called? The capstone that makes it so Wake of Ashes replaces wings, or gives you wings, whatever that is. That is a slight DPS loss than playing another equivalent capstone. Or maybe all of the talents that take away a button from your bar and replace with a passive, they have to be a choice node with something that doesn't do that. They both accomplish the same thing. So if they want this is my take on this. If they want simplicity, they have to make simplicity a choice, not the de facto way to play the class. So if Beastman or if Havoc has too many buttons, put Essence Break, what is it? The Fell Barrage. What else? Momentum. Make all of those nodes also have a choice node. Oh my god, I pressed Infernal. Oh my god, I'm so terrible. My brain rot hit really hard. So that people who find the specs a little bit too daunting, which is perfectly fine, you can choose, instead of having an extra button on your bar, to choose a passive that does something similar. And as long as both of them accomplish the exact same thing, that's how you introduce, I feel, less complexity should be less damage. Yes, I agree. But that's how I feel the simplicity should be designed, instead of like completely revamping the spec, turning it into something totally different, and alienating the people that actually love the spec as it used to be. For instance, me on Red Paladin. Actually, short cast Soulfire is kind of fun.
A gift of power.
I think I cannot get a sense of this show the way it is, but I'm not sure this show will climb the list the same way. The same way Red did. Isn't it crazy that if you had booters, you would be top WoW streamer? As in, if I had boobs? Is it crazy though? How long would you think that would last, man? There are plenty of, you know, female WoW streamers. They're not the top WoW streamers, so I don't think so. I don't think that's true. There's definitely gooning going around in the WoW community as well, but I don't think it's as prevalent as anything, really. I think after a while you'd get bored, wouldn't you? If that was the only selling point. Wouldn't you need to limit concessions at a certain point, like the mover versus no mover argument within Havoc? You're playing the mobile melee spec, wouldn't it be lame to give the option to never move? 110%, that's what I said, bro. Bro, saying that you don't like to Fell Rush as a Havoc Demon Hunter is like saying you don't like to Blade Storm as a warrior. Why are you here? Why are you playing the spec? It's like saying that warlocks shouldn't have demons because you don't like demons. Bro, why are you just play something else? There's so many other cool melees. I totally agree. But that's the mentality of like, we need to make everybody happy. So then it just turns into something boring and homogenous. But if you really feel the need to do that, then fucking, I don't know, make it a choice node. Preach was sexier when he had man boobs. Oh, come on, man. Come on. Do you know how much work it takes to get into shape? Not to mention grow a hairline? I don't know, man. I respect the dude. Use a voice changer to get some cute gamer girl voice. You think so? Wouldn't it be better to have a deeper voice change effect on the microphone? Hey. That way everybody can goon. Bladestorm is not that great, but it's an iconic warrior ability, right? If I play Slayer Warrior, I expect to cream my pants whenever I Bladestorm. I hate the Unholy button bloat. Unholy doesn't have button blow, man. Like, I understand that you don't like a lot of buttons, that's perfectly fine, but don't call it button bloat. That's not what button bloat is. Every button that Unholy has a purpose. Play Brewmaster, play Holy Priest. Those have button bloats. Yeah, shut up, Tag. Shut up, man. Shut the foot. Bladestorm is just stolen from D2. Yeah, but I mean, come on, dude. They're the same parent company.
Warlick it is. Very good choice, my dude.
It's
Euro Buddha bar MNOHMNOLOLMNOOOP.
What are you doing, man? What are you doing? Chill. Chill. Okay, if you don't like Ram, that's a fair take to have, man. If you don't like Ram, that's fair take. If you don't like many buttons openers, that's fair. That you're correct, but it's not button bloat. Because button bloat means it's objectively bad. It's not objectively bad, it's subjectively bad. You don't like it, and that's fine. I like it. But that's the thing, right? How do you make everybody happy? There are people who don't like the spec version A and they want spec version B, and people who like spec version A and don't like spec version B. So what do you do then? Who do you make happy? Is it fair that people who like B get theirs and people who like A don't get theirs? Is it fair that people who like A get theirs and people who don't like A don't get theirs? Like, where do you draw the line? That's the problem. When you try to make everybody happy, you just open this Pandora's box of, okay, if you don't like it, we'll make it how you like it. And once you do that, there's no end. You have to keep going that way, and it's just a shit show. bro, this is the Warlock, this is the class, this is what you play. If you don't like it, play something else. But the problem is that specs go through flavors and iterations like this, right? So they grab a couple of people on this side, then they go on this side, they lose these people, but they grab these people. So now you have two different camps of players that like two different versions of a spec. Which one do you go for? Because obviously you cannot have both at the same time, not in the current way of designing specs. So now you're fucked. Because whatever you do, you're gonna make some people happy. So what Blizzard wants to do is just like kind of skate a little bit to the middle, not make a great spec for these guys, but also not make a great spec for these guys. So the spec isn't great at all. And I feel like that's kind of how Warlock is at the moment. I was a giga fat fan of big Chaos Balls, bro. But that was way too much. And PvP was crazy. People didn't like it. Oh, why is it everything in my Chaos Balls? I don't do any damage. Or, you know, big Infernal DPS windows, right? Or the same thing with the Tyrant. People didn't like the fact that you had to like gather all of these imps and make the Tyrant great. At least I assume there's a group of people that didn't like the Tyrant that way, because otherwise it would make no sense for the Tyrant to change if nobody complained about it. Right? So because of that, things changed. And now people who like Giga Tyrants don't have what they want. People who like not having Tyrants matter don't get what they want, because you still have to put imps and demons into Tyrants. So it's not like it's gone away. You just have to do fewer Hands of Gul'dan. Not entirely true. Some specs, they don't even listen to feedback, just make up their own ideas like Feral. Is that the Feral take? Really? I haven't listened to a lot of Feral takes, to be fair. No more Rapture. Yeah, fuck Rapture, bro. And about the Hopium Void DH spec is Skyvisa mobility maxing and is the mover spec now. Fuck it, I would be down for that, dude. Or vice versa, it gives the no mover one and they give us Havoc players back the mover build. I should always try to make me happy and then others, and then it's easy. Make you happy first and then others, and then it's it. Sounds good, man. Sounds like a good deal. I want that deal. Be honest, what is more fun to heal as Holy Paladin, Disc, or Resto Druid? For me, it's Resto Druid. What classes are in the running for main? All of, well, I'm thinking Paladin. Well, for me, I want to say all of them, but not really, right? Because I made a tier list based off of what. So essentially, it's A and S tier. Right now, S tier are because they're the more recent ones that I played. So the debate is to see if anybody can dethrone these, or push them higher. I guess. So Red kind of bumped its way up to A tier. If Prot and Holy both kind of like become S tier, there's a good reason for me to main Red if I have these off specs that are really great, or basically main Prot and have Red as a potential off spec. Because if Red would be F tier for me like it was at the beginning of this whole thing, even if Prot would be A tier, I might not main it. But obviously that's not the case. To be honest, I think the Void DH spec is gonna be just the green fire for Warlocks if it comes at all. That's, oh my god, that's so true. That could also be a thing. It could just be a green fire quest line for DHs. Oh, that would be so lame. Bro, can you imagine people speculating on a new spec and Blizzard just gives like a recolor? I should move to EU servers and play Rogue with you. You should, man. EU better server. I'm kidding, don't do that. You'll lose everything, man. You'll lose your entire account. I really want to try playing Windwalkers because that tier set in 11.2 looks sick, but I just hate pressing Fist of Fury. It looks so fucking goofy. That's fair. But you know, it's fisting, man. You're gonna punch things. That's Monk, see. To me, it's very satisfying. I also thought monks are goofy. How are you punching dragons when I have a big ass sword that cleaves it in two? How does it make sense that knuckles hurt as much as broadswords? But I got past that, and it's actually fun when you're building towards this window of Big Fist of Fury and you're just unloading on your enemies. Oh, it's really good. I'm telling you, try it. Go for it, Jelky. Thanks for coming, man. Love the green fire quest for Warlocks, but since they haven't done that for any class at all. Yeah, they should do that for all, but that shouldn't be like a big patch reveal, bro. You don't show two demon hunters clearly of different specs, a third demon hunter that clearly implies a third spec, and then say, oh, it's a recolored skin, or it's void elves being demon hunters now. That is such a fucking left field take or whatever. How cool it be to get Blade Master spec for Warrior? You say Samuro, but really that was also Grom, right? Grom Hellscream was the first Blade Master. That was Grom Hellscream in Warcraft 3 before Samuro. Red should be buffed to S tier. I mean, I don't think I understand what you're saying, man. English is not my first language. It's probably like a cultural barrier. But if Void Elves can be DHs, then so should Nightborn also. Yeah, clearly, right? Clearly, because Lance isn't going to have 2 DHs and Horde only 1. What is this imbalance in class distribution? We need everything to be equal. Our top 3 specs right now? Probably like this. Pro Warrior, Windwalker, Arcane. I don't know. It's a toss-up between Arcane and Fire, rather. That would probably be my top 3. Normally, I'm a Fire Mage, but Arcane has just been knocking it out of the park with the gameplay. Imagine if Trolls can also be DH. Bro, Tar and DHs, what do you mean, man? It only makes sense for Hooves to Fell Rush. Can just hear it. To be fair, there are plenty of fantasy games that make bulls be like demonic, right? Dark Souls does that. Warhammer does that. I mean, you have the Minotaur concept in fantasy where it's like infernal bulls from hell, right? So they have like a demon type thing. But WoW Taurens are peaceful, right? They're cows. They graze. Amongst D&D. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Where do you draw the line, man? Are we playing D&D or are we playing WoW? Like, I'm all for it. And by the way, WoW is definitely Warhammer inspired. The more I dive into the Warhammer universe, the more I realize, bro, WoW is just Warhammer renamed to avoid copyright. That's what I feel like. Minotaurs, yes, but we don't have those in WoW. That's not a WoW thing. I mean, at this point, bro, we have fucking Vulpera. We have Carpets cosplaying as classes in WoW, so. I had a skin in TBC where my Tauren Shaman was basically just Illidan skin. That sounds horrible. Night Elf Warlocks be Satyrs. Add Satyrs in. Make it so if a Night Elf is a Warlock, the only customizational options for it would be Satyr customizable options. I would fucking lose my shit. I would re-roll Night Elf Warlocks this second. Or the same thing with the red Draenei stuff, right? But everybody wants the red. I want to be a red Draenei paladin. Oh, kill me. Funnily enough, it actually is because back in the day, Blizz tried to purchase the rights of Games Workshop, but couldn't. Yeah, I know. Panda Druid, let's make it go fund me, bro. I don't want to be a red paladin Draenei. Well, you could. I would main a Satyr right now. Right? Satyr Warlocks, Satyr Rogues. Like if you're a Night Elf Rogue or Warlock, you would be the only 2 classes that can customize the Satyr stuff. That would be so cool and thematic, bro. Alright. Do we spread the love that has been shared with us today? Let's see who we have to raid today. It's been a good stream. We started the main discussion that I was dreading for a very long time. But now, no more. God damn it, people playing Dune Awakening. Fuck, dude. Who do we raid? Do we have small content creator to share love? Trying to find somebody that also. Oh, I know. Oh, we know who we raid, man. We raid Cyber, bro. Man does keys on. What is he on now? Balance Druid. Atrocious. Formal feral extraordinaire. Now playing balance, but that's okay. Top content creator. I think he's also. Is he casting Break the Meta? Cyber is a sellout. Sellout to the boomy cult, bro.
Fucking code your game, Blizzard. Can you just
Oh, you cannot hear him ranting.
like?
This is perfect. This is perfect. He's ranting. Let's go. Let's raid him. Now that he's ranting. Oh my god, he's ranting so loud. Oh my god. I love it. He's losing his shit. Let's go. Let's go. Let's raid the man. Go now. Let's see. Let's see if he changes his attitude. Perfect. Oh, you cannot even see it. All right. YouTube people, if you want to check this, this lovely individual, he's a top player, plus 19 as a balanced druid. Make him play feral. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Love y'all. Thanks for coming. See you in 2 days, because tomorrow we got so many goddamn videos to edit. 11.2 baby, going hard.